Session is called to order. The meeting is being held in person at Halepono'i. It is now 9:35 a.m. Today's date is Tuesday, December the 20th, 2022. Pursuant to Act 220, remote meetings by interactive conference technology, commissioners, please identify if anyone is in the room with you. Good morning, Zach, and aloha to you. I hope your property has dried out, and I thank you for joining with us today. So if anybody is in the room, let us know. And please keep your camera on unless you're excusing yourself from the meeting. A quorum of commissioners must be visible during the meeting. Leah, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Wall.
Here.
Commissioner Helm.
Here.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaupu.
Here.
Commissioner Namu'o. Here. Commissioner Neves.
Aye.
Commissioner Teria. Here. Chair Isla.
I'm here.
8 members present, no quorum.
Okay. Just some notes. There's a carryover of G1, which is an informational agenda item. G8 was heard last night at the community meeting, so we won't be doing G8. The commission will recess at around noon for about 30 minutes for lunch. Not sure if, okay, so we'll go directly to public testimony. Okay, first up for public testimony, and public testimony can be at the time of the agenda item. It can be at this time. So we'll call the audience, and we'll call for the remote at each agenda item. So first, Rich Bettini, if you want to do it now, or you can wait till the agenda item. It's up to you. Okay. Is all of the, okay, so Jackson, is that Jackson? Are you raising your hand? Okay. Right.
For a woman who was coming here, and she just had a car accident trying to get here from the other side of the island.
Would you identify
Her
her?
name is Charmaine
Okay.
Valerio.
We wish her
Okay.
the best.
We do, her kid and her are okay, but it's all a mess. So I just want to, she wants to testify publicly about the Fab Four. She wants to address, she's a single mother, and she's gotten a lot of assistance from them in the programs that they have for outreach and for natal care and all that kind of stuff. It's really much different experience for her than dealing with the regular hospitals like, you know, Queens Punchbowl and all of them, where you sort of are a number now. And, you know, they don't, you know, it's like, oh, let's move you out. And so she's had a very different experience there, more traditional, more, you know, based in that. She also wants to really support that you guys expanding it and all that. She said, I've been a little bit focused on what she's going through, so I'm a little bit off key here, but she was most interested in the fact that you're talking about expanding services over there. And that it seems that since it's a training hospital, that they're more open to alternative strategies. And so it's really important that we have as much Kanaka Maoli wisdom coming through. You know, the Western way is sort of make you addicted or dependent on continuing care. And the old way is about healing people. And so she wanted to express that to you, that if your support there helps mothers like her in a very real way, and that you might not see it, or you might not get that feedback because they end up not being a crisis situation, and so you don't hear about it. But she wanted you to know that that's what she's putting out there, and she wanted you to have that kind of information to move forward. That's really making a difference in lives. And there's other women that are sort of banded together with that.
Okay. Thank you, Jackson. Did
Okay.
you want to testify on your own behalf?
I'm going to wait until that.
You're gonna wait, okay? Alicia? It's okay to say if you want to testify later or right now. Wait till the item, okay? Dwayne, Yulin? Now or you want this way? Okay, come on, come forward. Aloha.
Chairman,
Good morning.
morning, Chairman Isla,
Aloha.
members of the commission. I appreciate your time and listening to my testimony today. It is specifically directed about the crematorium that is proposed for the lands next to the Waianae Coast Comprehensive Health Center. My concerns have to do with the environmental impact. The impact of a crematorium, and most of this information can be found on the internet, that the process requires approximately at least 2 tankfuls of gasoline of a vehicle to process a whole cycle. And the amount of toxic gases that are produced from that type of process can directly affect the environment. And my concern is we are in a community. We're in next to a health center. We have many individuals that could be affected by something like this. So my concern is that you have toxic gases coming off of this process. We're talking carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, mercury. Well, all these things will affect whatever is around it. And there is another thing to consider is there is a healing center right next to the health center as well. And the healing center itself has in its gardens all these plants which are specifically used for healing, the la'au. And that in itself can be affected by these toxic gases as well. I mean, these type of things are, have been there for the community to help heal the community. And if these toxic gases are brought up, I mean, I think that this will not help anybody or in the community. So that's why I think that the impact of the environment is definitely a key issue here and should be addressed. One of the other things that I would like to propose for that property is a kupuna housing, which is part of the Waianae Coast Comprehensive Plan. I think that would be a better use of the property, and that would enhance the community and help the kupunas, which I feel need as much help as we can give them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to inform you that that property is zoned industrial. So right now, without a huge effort to rezone it, it would not be eligible for kupuna housing. And then the motion before us is to consider right of entry to do the due diligence so that there can be continued discussion in the community. And the I'm sorry you weren't here yesterday. The proposed operator described the process. It's a new process of how there is no there's no exhaust in this process. Everything is self-contained. So the process going forward with the right of entry would allow for these conversations in the community to occur.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
so I just wanted to give you that information. Yes. Patty.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity. And your name, could you?
My name is Dwayne Hewlin. I'm the Waianae Kai Homestead President.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Hewlin, thank you for being here and expressing these concerns. I know that you're involved with the Waianae Comprehensive. Let's talk about 2 years when our Lieutenant Governor did come for a community meeting and describe about property of the HHL being used for housing or kupuna housing in that discussion. In that adjacent area of the Waianae Comprehensive, does that cover it from the Waianae Kai area?
Yes,
That's your moku, correct?
correct.
And so you are speaking on behalf of Waianae Kai Association of bringing these concerns of your part of your moku, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I thank you for that. I truly believe zoning is not a problem. We can move forward with changing zoning. People have done that all the time, zone changes after the fact and things like that. That property, and we all know living in Waianae, has been sitting for maybe over, let's say 15, 20 years, correct? It's used by the CNC base yard. So there's no name. We call it CNC base yard, correct?
Right.
Are you familiar with the YMCA right next to adjacent?
Yes.
Okay. And so the need for kupuna housing, and I know that you're involved with the Regional Plan 2018, your homestead, other homesteads. And when you look at the regional plan, am I correct to say that expression was of having a kupuna housing in that area of your moku.
Correct.
Okay, all right. So thank you very much for being here. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And if I may comment, I don't know that why you would put a kupuna housing next to a sewage treatment plant. I don't think that's proper to those kupuna. So I just want to say that the zoning, the reason that the property is important in zoning because it provides us with an opportunity to generate additional revenue then, which could be used for infrastructure and getting people off the wait list. So I want to give the audience a full picture of what is occurring there. And yes, we tried to put it out for bid several years ago. My opinion, and it'll be up to the new commission, is that the industrial zoning, it's the only industrial zoning that we have in Waianae, and it should be kept that way. So thank you very much for your the opportunity to hear from you.
Thank you.
Okay, who else do we have? Joe Bruno? Oh. And then Lena Awa. Joe? You want to wait? Okay. Lena Ala, Kaunana? You want to wait? Okay. Eriginos? You want to wait? Okay. Karen Von Wervelt? Vera. That's very, almost like Hawaiian difficulty.
I'm sorry. My name is Karen von Mervelt Guevara. I am originally from Germany. I moved to the island 2 years ago in the midst of the pandemic. I have not had a chance to make a lot of social contacts due to that. I am trained as a Western medical doctor, but for 20 years, I have dedicated my life basically to the research of minerals and vitamins in the health of people. And we have developed strategies in that way, working integratively that are superior to the Western approaches because we actually are able to help to and heal people that way. It is so important for me to speak on behalf of Point F4 in support of Waianae Coast Comprehensive Healthcare Center because I see a great potential to go back to Hawaiian ways of healing, employing limu, which is your way to get high doses of minerals into people. With the La'alapau, the same thing, the herbs helping people to recover health. There's much that can be done that hasn't even been explored yet. And my hesitation or my experience with reaching out to the Western-based, even JAPSOM, John Burns School of Medicine, is there isn't done enough. And I think that Waianae could be actually leading in this type of research or in this type of approach on healing. I see too that the only natural approach, unfortunately, is not enough. We see how the statistics show that Generation Z, that's the young people that are now coming into reproductive age, are sicker than millennials, which are sicker than Generation X. That's my age group, your age group, I assume too. In that the natural approaches are unfortunately not enough because of the intergenerational transmission of these imbalances that we have created by following Western diet, Western lifestyle. So if you have an industrial zone, consider companies that can produce vitamins, that can produce healthy, more concentrated, natural ways to help the healthcare center right next door. And to see too that to understand the impact of these imbalances, we see that the reproductive age in Generation Z now is creating children that are so imbalanced that we have the next generation even sicker. This all has to do with mental health. It has to do with autism, like the imbalances that we see in like the accumulation of these imbalances is making like our children that are born now, being born with immature brains, which sets you up for autism, all sorts of developmental delays. Like you're basically looking at an ever sicker population if you don't break that cycle. So I'm here in support of F4, and I hope that, this part of the island could actually be a leading part in turning things back. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, thank you. No questions.
No good.
Thank you. We'll go next to Cora Schnackenberg on Zoom.
Aloha, everyone. Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. I'm actually all the way from Vegas. I want to just say I will be testifying on agenda item number 8. I just want to say mahalo to the planning office of the HHL. They have done a tremendous job with G70. Where we at right now, they have, which you will soon, to be presented with their recommendation on the settlement plan. We, not as much as we wanted, but you know what? We're okay with the 28 that they somewhat studied and looked at. I want to share that there were several oppositions, and there were also supporters. And right on to Uncle Walter Reed, he support the project. I did want to say that one is water reservation. Our own Hawaiian people have also spoke against water reservation on DHHL. And Aole, I wanted to put that out on the table right away. There are opposition on the archaeologist study. Yes, they have found significant study of Oalupu'i project. However, which is awesome, is who I think is the archaeologist. They've indicated several, a lot actually, I would say about 99, but they also said that whatever rocks that they saw was all put together, they just designated it as a significant site and later go back and identify whether or not it is. The other thing I wanted to share, which is awesome, is they identify agricultural terraces. I thought that was awesome. So in all of what I wanted to say, the 84 people that had showed interest and designated for Ualupu'e on the Molokai agriculture list. I just wanted to say, put that out there, commissioners. And also going back to the presentation that I did in April of 2022, that would give you more history about Ualupu'e. I do speak on behalf of the Association of Hawaiian Homelands, which is all waitlisters, and also Ahanui, which is also waitlisters, that I on behalf of them support the project of Ualupu'e. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Cora. Questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you very, very much for your
Thank
testimony.
you. Aloha.
Up next is Jojo Tanimoto via Zoom.
Aloha, everyone. Thank you for this time. Happy holidays, and you guys all look nice on TV. First of all, I wanted to, bad hair day. But anyway, what I wanted to first of all, is make 2 comments. Yesterday, we had so much thunder, rain, noise, couldn't hear you at all. So I got to watch the YouTube this morning, but I just want to let you know, I called the office, I left a message. I was hoping they would turn the sound up. It didn't happen. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is our water tank row up at the top of the subdivision. Mahalo for the fence that you folks had allowed and helped to get put in. Except we still have people trespassing then because they have a key to open the gate and they go up and down with their trailers and all that stuff. So the gate not working, and I guess we're having a problem with staff if somebody gave them the key to go up there. So if you guys can help. And my testimony, I did submit in writing, but I wanted to let you know that I'm having a hard time, I think, trying to communicate with staff. And so I keep coming back to the commission to look for your support to help us with the issues here. The first one is we never got a follow-up on the Punana Leo o Waimea that was assigned to Mr. Vino in 2021. Nothing ever came with that. And that is important to our Kohala community because that school, well, preschool period in the whole district is hard to apply. There's a wait list for the preschoolers. And so it's important that these guys get some support. And the fee is outrageous, I think. That's my opinion, but for our district. The other one that is very important to us is water. We cannot do anything in Kauai High unless we get water. And so that was a project 35 years ago, but with a new director that came in, the project had stopped and now it's out of sight, out of mind. But we're gonna need some help if we're gonna expand or do anything. And I mean anything. We can't even get a church or put in a school. And that's the county that wants to put in a high school. We have a designated land out here, but no water. So, you know, there's a lot of things that depend on water and we need your help, especially with communication. The water, though, we did have a couple of meetings with the planning department, planning division, but for land, we got nothing. So I just wanted to bring that attention to you and what you guys gonna do about this trespassing. Oh, one more. The evacuation road. We were trying to follow the regional plan priority list by going up, using the land, going up to the EV. But we cannot do that because we got to go to private property. So we do want to do the Mauka Makai, which was on the original master plan and every plan above that. If you guys can give us some help, and maybe those guys that are trespassing should get on that committee to make that road as well. And with your help, I'd like to wish you all a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. We see you guys all next year. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Jojo. We didn't give them a key. They cut the lock. We're gonna cut their lock and put our lock back on.
Thank you.
That's what happens in rural areas. Regarding the Punanaulu or Waimea, there are discussions at the staff level right now. So you will hear, I believe, with the next administration, seeking some sort of consistency amongst
Thank-
all of the charter schools on our lands. And then with regards to the water, I mean, the water in Kauai High is just such an expensive situation that it's gonna take a while more to solve that water issue for that area. So I just wanted to let you know, we're not ignoring you. We're just trying to find solutions that actually can be implemented. Okay?
Thank you. That's really important. And I want to thank you very much for your service. Yeah, I see your nice lei on you. And you were in our community before and had the small boat harbor. So we remember you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for remembering the small boat harbors time. Okay, last call for anyone online?
William,
Yes.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Update on the preschool that was brought up, the Waimea preschool. I think we did deliberate on that situation.
Yes, unfortunately, Kahana's not here, so I
Okay.
don't have an update from him, but their staff heard loud and clear that there's the strong desire from the commission that it be consistent and fair amongst all the charter schools
Yeah.
throughout the state of Hawaii.
That's the issue. So if we could request that he give us an update today, I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
He's not here today, but he'll get back to you, I'm sure. I'll make sure
Fine.
before I
Thank
leave it. Okay, nobody online, anyone in the audience wishing to provide testimony in any agenda item? Yes, come. We're still on public testimony, so we're not on the J agenda yet. Okay. Okay. If not, then let's move to the agenda items. Agenda item F4. Kaipo, thanks for filling in.
Good morning, Chair and fellow commissioners. I'm Kaipo Duncan. I'm sitting in for
Kahana Albino this morning, who is unable to be here due to a family emergency. Excuse me, Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes.
Are we on F3?
We are on F4. I've been asked to take them out of order, so we're on F4.
Oh, okay. I didn't quite hear that out of order. Thank you.
Okay, proceed.
So item number F4, that the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorize approval to a right of entry permit to Waianae Coast Comprehensive Health Center covering a combined portion of Hawaiian homelands identified by TMK numbers 861, 12, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, delineated more specifically on Exhibit A, attached here to consisting of a combined approximate land area of 25 acres of Hawaiian homeland situated at Waianae, Island of Oahu, for the purposes conducting due diligence studies, including but not limited to project master plan, business plan, and related Chapter 343 HRS compliance requirements and Chapter 60 HRS compliance requirements.
Okay, thank you for reading the recommended motion. May I have a motion to consider staff recommendation? Yes. Okay. Discussion, commission members, we had a presentation yesterday.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep it quite short, but I will be supporting this project moving forward. I did speak earlier yesterday regarding their programs, the outstanding work of our only Waianae Coast Medical Center in the Waianae Moku. We commend the staff, the ability to bring all these programs for the coast. I wanted to point out that during our consultation that was scheduled, it was mentioned about the homeless along the Waianae Coast. And I did want to mention that it's really not the Waianae Coast Comprehensive Kuleana. They do support the homeless initiatives, and it is workable solution with the homeless, with the state and the homeless task force. But working with the Waianae Coast and in the past with our nonprofits that service the homeless, they have done a remarkable job in going out to get medical attention to our homeless ohana along the beach side and along in front of the Waianae Coast Comprehensive, where we call Sewers Beach Park. So their initiative to go out there to the community, their team to service our people have been extremely helpful to bring awareness, drug awareness, health, and everything else that they provide. I commend their food sustainability program. They've done a remarkable job and expanded to offering a makeke market, at the Waianae Mall. And we can stop and get our vegetables and fruits and also get some information on healthy and being a well awareness. So I will be supporting this. I ask my colleagues to please support this project moving forward. And I just wanted to thank the staff for working on this project with the Waianae Comp. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Patty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We'll go to public testimony. Okay, Rich. Just grab
Aloha. Good
another
morning.
chair. Come. Is there an open chair that? There you go.
What comes to
Angela
mind
was-
first is to thank William Isla for the extraordinary service that you have shown during very difficult times. We've known your family for a long time. Thank you for everything you do, and we're looking forward to more work out of you. My name is Rich Bettini. I'm President and CEO of the Waianae Comp. I've been at the Comprehensive for 43 years. I've seen a lot of growth. And I have with me Lena Ala Kanana, who heads up our homeless program, and Alicia Higa, who heads up our food program. And much of what we intend to do, should we be able to use this extraordinary aina, is to provide social services, and there is extraordinary need. Last Sunday, 2 days ago, we opened up a portal where people could sign up for food. And in 2 hours, 1,700 families signed up, and we set up a system to deliver food to people, and people are hungry. We serve about 36,000 individuals a year with an average household income of $18,000. You know what it costs to live in Hawaii. So a big part of our mission is to provide not only medical services now, but social services. And we're very interested in contributing to a healthy community, not just people that walk in the door. To do that, we need to create jobs. We need job training programs. And currently, we employ over 600 people. And according to the Book of Lists, we're now the 21st largest private employer in the state of Hawaii. That tells me we have opportunity to employ more local folks, more people, beneficiaries from the homesteads, and that's what we intend to do. We've given you a handout. I think the pictures speak 1,000 words. It shows you the vision that our young leaders have. While I've been there for 43 years, I want to give them contracts to stay for the next 44 years. And so I'd like to start with Alicia, who's really her passion, born and raised in the community, for what we want to do with this INA. She expresses it so well. So in our remaining minute and a half.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Alicia Higa. I'm the Director of Health Promotion for Hawaiian Coast Comprehensive Health Center. Born and raised in Makaha, proud graduate of Hawaiian High School. I think one of the most impactful things for me growing up as a young child, I remember Hurricane Eva coming in and knocking down the power lines, blocking off access to our community for very important resources like food and electricity. And, at the time, I remember houses floating down our street. I grew up on Mo'ua Street, which is right next to the ocean, and houses were literally floating down our street. And as an adult, the more I started thinking about it, especially in light of the pandemic, food insecurity is a huge issue for our community. Prior to pandemic, 38% of our community reported food insecurity. And with inflation, that has exponentially risen. And I've had the pleasure of working with Auntie Patty Taruya in doing these food distributions for our coast. But as Rich mentioned, the resources are lacking right now for our community with such a high need. In 2.5 hours, 1,700 spots for our last food distribution filled up. And it hurt my heart coming into Waianae in the storm with all our kupuna who have appointments at 9 a.m. lined up before I even got there at 6 a.m. And that's how fearful they are to not have access to food during these holiday seasons. Also during our pandemic, I think this was an opportunity to shed the light on the different gaps that we have in our food system. And for this, dream of having this food systems campus right here in our own community, we have an opportunity to reclaim our food distribution and our food supply for our community with a focus on healthier food options for our community and not just resorting to whatever gets sent to us from food distribution. This is our opportunity to start focusing on food sovereignty and helping our community to learn how to grow their own food and be able to access the foods that are culturally relevant to them and not just focusing on food distributions where we're handing out, canned corned beef and things that our bodies are just not used to. So I am looking forward to being able to put more of our focus on food security and food sovereignty in the future. And thank you so much for your time and for your consideration.
And Lena, would you like to mention our social services and how this INA would help us to deliver social services and even services to the homeless?
Hi, aloha, I'm Lena Ala Kanana. I'm the Director of Community Health Services at the Waianae Comprehensive. I too have been there for over 20 years, and I'm also a beneficiary of DHHL, and I reside in the Waianae Valley Homestead. As you had mentioned, our homeless have been greatly impacted this past weekend. And in fact, beginning on Friday throughout the weekend, our homeless team have been out canvassing the coast, informing our homeless residents of the impending storm. And then today they're responding to calls coming in about ripped tents, flooding in certain areas on the coastline from the high surf as well. So I'm very proud of our staff and their ability to assess and respond to the needs. But again, the needs are great and we cannot do it alone. We also, like Commissioner Taruya said, we rely on our partnerships of our of the other community organizations that, that help respond to homeless needs. And we're hoping that with this route of entry into the adjacent property, that we can expand upon these social services and these homeless services and really get down to addressing the root cause of the social determinants of health of our community. Mahalo.
We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions? Randy?
Not a question, but a comment. You know, I'm not from Waianae, but I think we can all acknowledge the needs are great in that community. But I think it's also important we celebrate your success as well. Waianae has been very forward-thinking in how they go about servicing their people. Very innovative. And we have benefited as a result of your efforts. The Waianae diet that came to Maui many years ago was a tremendous success. And others have replicated those models that you deploy in your community. So I do want to say to all of you that we are supportive of your continued desire to move forward this way. So mahalo for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Randy. Any other comments or questions? If not, I do want to say, even before you coming to the comp, there was a bunch of special people, and I want to recognize Reverend Charles Watke. I want to recognize Mama Manakea and Auntie Aggie. You guys, all of them would be very proud of what you've done at the comp.
Thank you very much.
Tomorrow.
Appreciate it. Happy holidays.
Jackson? I like your hat.
Hi, everyone.
Aloha.
So I was doing outreach with Senator Will Spiro back then, and on July 5th, 2017, I got beaten and raped really bad at Waianae Boat Harbor. And I almost lost my leg. And so I'm testifying today personally about Waianae Comp, because they saved my leg and they rolled me out for 5 minutes because they couldn't hold me overnight. So they rolled me out for 5 minutes, let me look at the sunrise, and then they rolled me back in so they could get me stabilized before they would even send me on. And I managed to overcome it, and it's been a long road back. And all their services, I benefited from the services of the outreach. I benefited from the services for housing coordination. The pharmacy program allows us to have healthy diet, and also Kumu Helen up there at the Native Hawaiian, I started opted in for that. So all of that is really progressive. I was born in Queens Hospital, and I used to have all my allegiance to them at Punch Bowl, and I thought it was the greatest thing, and now it's not. I go in there, I'm just a number. I feel like I'm a NASCAR coming in for a pit stop, and they send me right back out again. It's absolutely terrible. At Waianae Comp, I have connection. People care about me. My mental health team, Dr. Wright, and all of them, Nicole Wright and Elise, they're fantastic. They coordinate with Hale Napono, which I have been talking with Uncle Joe down there and all that, and it has stabilized me. And it has stabilized a lot of people. So I'm speaking for all of them today to say what Waianae Comp brings to the table on West Side. We're not thinking go to polymorphy. We're not thinking go that. We're thinking go to Comp because they know about the infections. They know how to get us healed, and they do it every single day. And we just want you to know that that's the support where we get there from now. And it's really important and stabilizing a lot of people, and it's not recognized. That's why I clap for them, because it is awesome what they're doing there. It's how it was supposed to be done in the past, anciently, and it's how it's supposed to come back now, how we're supposed to do it. So that concludes that part of it. I do want to make one final comment. When I'm hearing about the zoning here, sir, and I give you respect for all the work you've done, but I have to say this. There was a time when Paula Connor asked me, I was saying everybody to Ka'ako, all the homeless. I said, it's New Hawaii. They just settled. The Supreme Court gave it to us. We own the fish thing to Pier 1. Go there. And they went in mass. And we started having all the families down there. And then, the mayor in his wisdom started like want to hurt them up and sweep them out, which you only sweep dirt. And so he wanted to sweep them out. And so I walked up to the guy that was their Japanese guy over there was not, putting up the signs now that Judge Gilmore said that they had to put up because they couldn't just sweep them out. They had to give notice and all this stuff. And I said, what do you know? What? And he says who he is. I said, oh, really? Because the only thing that this reminds me of, now that I've been in one of your sweeps, it reminds me of when the Nazis came and they swept up the Jews. That's what I'm saying here. And I'm saying it again over here that we're going to put a crematorium next to a house of healing right down the coast. We might have the power plant, just burn up all the Kanakamoli till they're gone. You're in our way, so we're gonna burn them up. We need to rezone it, and we need to put a Kapuna village in there so we can show them this is what the elders did. This is how we used to do it. This is part of our community. They can walk over to Waianae Comp, they can walk over to the mall, they can walk up to the YMCA, and we do not need to have a crematorium over there. I'm just so sorry. That is like this burn them up. And I'm not down for that. So I'm speaking to that from my now. I hope you can hear me. I hope we can be Akamai and figure out that that is not where we want to go. That's not the message we want to go. Oh yeah, here's the power plant and here's where we burn the wines. And now we just keep moving, Longs down and all the other ones that are coming that way now. We have a culture out there. We have a community out there that is old style. It is the old way and it's fighting back to say, no, we're not going to do modernization and turn it all into, little cookie cutter houses and you walk right past the hungry guy and you just go and you just don't care anymore because you watch everything through TV and Facebook and all that kind of stuff. We're connected and we want to stay connected, and a crematorium in there is not going to connect anybody except to death. So I just hope that we understand that.
Okay,
so
thank you.
much.
Any questions? Okay, thank you, Jackson. Joe Bruno? Yeah. Joe? Okay. Eric, he knows. You want to wait for your item? Okay. All right. Any other questions, commissioners? We're voting on a right of entry for due diligence. Okay. If there's no questions, we have a motion on the table. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? See none, the motion carries. Thank you very, very much. F5.
Item number F5, recommended motion action that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its preliminary approval to the issuance of an initial 25-year general lease to Ka'ala Farms to use approximately 97.764 acres of Hawaiian homelands located in Waianae, not Nanakuli, as listed. Island of Oahu, further identified by TMK numbers 185536 for the Ka'ala Farm Inc. to continue the advancement of its cultural welfare and Native Hawaiians through its ongoing cultural learning center operations.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Eric, would you like to come up and provide public testimony now? And answer any questions?
Well, sorry, it's my first time ever testified. But aloha and good morning. I'm Greg Enos, the director of Ka'ala Farm, and we've been around since the Model Cities era. That land was under actually Kupuna Mauna Kea and Mana Mauna Kea, and the Model Cities secured that land in the 60s. It was ranch land, and I got that 97 acres, and then I was with the Waianae Rap Center working with youth, and that's how we started to clear the land. Actually, we started down below, they call it Bibides Creek, and then so that's a long story. So it's been a long journey, but first I wanted to say mahalo to the commissioners. All the years of work that has gone down, and all of you that represent your ahupua'a. It's really noble work to carry on the traditions of Pinchijona Kuhio. And also mahalo to all the staff, see Duncan over here to help us before in getting the environmental assessment done for the 1,100 acres, which is state land that was leased for ranching, and then we got it out of ranching because of poor land management by Department of Ag, horrible land management that allowed cattle to run wild in the Waianae forest for 10 years. So, and then the rest of the Hawaiian Homeland staff that we've been working with, and I've had the privilege of working with so many different chairs over the years and Hawaiian Homelands since the 70s. Yeah. So, and I top you by 10 years. 66, you're 70s, 1976, you graduated. So we have a lot of historical memories of the struggles in the community and also a lot of great opportunities. Yeah. And then also wanted to honor William Maila, because I've worked with him for many years and many struggles, and it's an honor to work with him and his ohana. But yeah, we have that 97 acres that got transformed to Hawaiian Homelands, but we've been working it prior with the Waianae Rap Center, and brought down water and started to restore the lo'i in there, and have been working with. And we have many Kanaka there that are farming kalo and are using the aina. And we established water rights in 1978. We brought down the water, and those water rights today set precedent for us to take care of a forest, to take care of our watershed, and to understand also that our kupuna are also plant, they're also animals, they're also fish, and they're also the wind, and they're also the rain. And Kabahini Helela o Kaiona, the goddess of Ka'ala, is that allows us to have the vai, the water. So our work there is really to teach people from raw land to table Hawaiian style. And we gotta feed our people. And the Comprehensive Health Center talked about it, that we have to create more aina families that can learn how to grow our own food, grow our own shelter, grow our own medicine. And we need the aina, and we need the vai, and we have those, and we gotta, but there's a lot of aina idle, there's water idle, and we have a lot of idle hands. So those idle hands we have to train our people how to use the aina, the land, to grow food, shelter, medicine, power, fiber, all those, and so that's the kind of things that we're trying to do at Ka'ala. And we're also trying to work on, you had mentioned, because we're totally off the grid, learning the ideas of microgrid, and really want to work with the Waianae Valley. They're coming up with their solar panels, and we're trying to work those ideas too, and also using hydro to generate electricity. So anyway, so it's a long story, but I'm open for any questions, and also want to give last but not least to Jermaine Kilikoa. Is that your mom? I first started working, she was really admiring her, how she worked in the community, and so we have a long legacy. So I'll stop there. Mahalo.
Okay, questions, comment?
Another comment. We got Waianae in the house, so I want to acknowledge yet again, Eric, and applaud you for your success, going back to the early 60s, and where we are today with your project has touched many lives. So I'm fully supportive of this proposal. And I am grateful that you're still engaged and growing food, nurturing our aina, and making available your knowledge to those idle hands that need to get into the lepo. So mahalo for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Other commissioners, any questions?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you,
comments?
Mr. Chairman. Just a comment. When we hear Eric Eno's name in Waianae Moku, it's a legacy. Thank you, Eric, for the legacy that you have brought to the Waianae Moku for years. Your hand, your eye, your vision that you have done for many, and even many students from travel all over. So excited to see the Ka'ala farm, to go to the tour, to go touch the lo'i, and just what you share, your knowledge. So my comment is a thank you for your vision, and I will be supporting you on this project here and moving for the ROE right away. And you are a legacy, and mahalo. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for additional public testimony if there's anyone in the audience that. Kapua? Speaking on item F5.
Aloha, owau kapua kili ipua. Waianae Valley Homestead. You know, I don't know what Waianae would be without Ka'ala Farms, as Eric has made it for us. So I'm so glad and totally support the issuance of his general license. You know, he's ready to move on. He's ready to do more, and we support him. I belong to this Hui Kuli Kekako. And several years ago, when our alaka'i, Kaukaohu Wahilani, had approached Eric and Uncle Butch's, it's synonymous with Ka'ala, just like Eric, but he's on the Aina. You know, so when you come up to the Aina, he's there. Eric has so much to do, he's not always there. But Ka'ala is always with him. But our Hui Kuli Kekako, way pre-COVID, we would go up there. I'm not so ma'a in that lo'i with my holified feet, but our Hui, we have hosted people that would come up the trails, and actually they're kind of lost in the middle of the day, and they want to go up to Ka'ala. Unfortunately, we engage them, you know, because we're also keepers of the Aina, you know, and so we can tell when people are kind of lost or when they're kind of kolohe, and we engage them. And so we have hosted international. I mean, we've had a French wine connoisseur who came for a wine festival. You know, we've had people that would bring people from Japan, and they would come into our hui and they would work alongside of us. But if not for Ka'ala, our children, our opio, even Makua, and as we age, are able to go up there and to reconnect. I mean, having said yesterday that, you know, we were been in Waianae Valley since 1977, but really not going up until a little bit in the 90s, but more so in the 2000s. And with Hui Kuli Kekako, our Hui has a presence. So he was somewhat reluctant to assign us lo'i because, you know, many of us, we come and we say we like, but we kind of wane off of that. But we were so successful at bringing in ohana from all over Oahu that we actually have 3 lo'i, and that third one kills us every time. Bella. I mean, she's a beast. Her nature comes back. And so we have to keep going back to work on her. But, you know, we're blessed. We're thankful for what Eric and Ka'ala provides, not only to our community, but to anybody who's interested in reconnecting in the Waianae way. So I have a bag and it says, straight out of the lo'i, you know, and that is so awesome. That's Ka'ala style. Mahalo.
Thank you, Kapua. Liliao?
Aloha mai kākou, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is Niniao Kauaihai. I'm a special assistant in the office of the chairman. I am here testifying in my official capacity to recount for you who may not have been here in 2016 when the department did host the Navajo Nation and the Navajo Housing Council. And part of their itinerary for the day after they met with then Chair Joby Masagatani and staff was to go to Ka'ala Farms, and Eric Enos hosted them, a whole busload of our Navajo cousins and talked about our lifestyle and our Native Hawaiian perspective. So I know many of the commissioners here might not have been on the commission back in 2016, but I felt it just important to share the work that Eric does and Kaala Farms.
Thank you, Niniao.
Mahalo.
Mahalo. Is there anybody online wishing to testify on this agenda item? No? Okay, no, I think she's there. She's on for G1.
Chairman,
Yes,
I
Russell.
want to ask Kaipo on the submittal, on the first page, the number 1 in parentheses. I think there's a typo, yeah.
Oh, yes, with the Waihuli
Waihuli, yeah.
Hawaiian,
So you guys
yes.
can correct that.
Yes,
For the
yeah,
official,
that'll
and then,
Definitely be corrected, as well as the Nanakuli was supposed to be
Yeah.
Waianae.
and then my question, so it's preliminary. And then I see in the write-up that there's some business plan and some partnership discussion that needs to take place to go to final. And I'm sorry if I missed this, but is there a time frame for that to happen, or how long do we anticipate staying preliminary before we go to final?
I think, Eric, how long do you think you'll be able to meet the conditions of the submittal before we move it from preliminary into final?
I'm not prepared to answer right now because I don't know all the terms and all the what needs to be done. I mean, we've been working at the planning of this for a long time. We have Townscape as a planner who's really helping us work through those issues, but I'm, not privy to.
Would you be able to talk with the planners and then provide some in writing so that Commissioner?
Well, for the department, and this is the second preliminary that we've discussed at this meeting, and I understand why we have preliminary and final, but for the department, we don't want the preliminaries hanging on forever, right? We want
Yes.
some kind of thought as to, and you take what time you need to think about it, but it's really our kuleana to kind of bug you to stay on track to getting to final. Otherwise, the department's going to be questioning, how come we have all these preliminary kind of dispositions hanging out there?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think maybe we take time, stay in contact and come up with a kind of a target date by which we would look to see going to final, and then it comes back before the commission to at least check in and see how we're doing.
Yeah, I can add that it's dependent on the HRS Chapter 343 environmental assessment, which can take 6 months to a year at times to complete.
Yeah, the environmental assessment, we've done a lot of work in the planning already, so the environmental assessment can be huge and costly, but we've done a lot of it already, so if we could address that.
Andrew's going to come up and provide additional.
Hello, Commissioners. Andrew Choi, Planning Program Manager. The condition in front of us is compliance with HRS Chapter 343. There are 3 ways to comply with HRS Chapter 343. One is a EIS, the second is a EA, and the last least difficult way is to determine whether or not a project can be exempt from an environmental assessment. So we will start by looking at whether or not the project can be exempt from an environmental assessment. If in our determination it cannot, then we'll work with Kaala to prepare an environmental assessment. But we will start by trying to see if what they are proposing can be exempt from an environmental assessment.
So, Kaipo, on page 2 of the submittal, under discussion, that heading, that third paragraph, that's more what I was referring to. So I saw the EA requirement and understand that takes a lot of effort and time, including our participation.
I just want to clarify it's requirement to comply with Chapter 343 and compliance with Chapter 343 does not necessarily mean preparation of an environmental assessment.
Okay.
If the actions being proposed are similar to the actions that are previously occurring, then that would be one determination possibly for the exemption to 343.
But so then this particular paragraph says, prior to final, KFI will be required to conduct studies to determine feasibility, land suitability, potential partnerships for proposed future plans. So those are the ones that I thought we'd want to, you know, in addition to the compliance with 343, those we want to stay on top of and maybe hear back from you folks at some point so that we can
Pass
kind
that
of
on to Kahan.
keep moving forward. Yeah.
And the work, I think the work is occurring already, so it's just a matter of gathering the information, presenting it at a future. Randy? Good, Randy.
So, yeah, so I was gonna bring this up because this is our second preliminary. And, but I didn't want to take away or diminish my support for the work Eric's doing. You know, Eric, you did mention it's a long story, and that's true because you have a long history. You have a long, fascinating history of the work that you do. But preliminary has come up twice. And I know we do, I believe we do preliminaries for like energy companies. The preliminary movement that's occurring now is unique, right? Because we don't normally, yesterday, what we gave yesterday was unique. At least it was said it was unique. It was a unique circumstance. And so it was to support out of the box thinking, which I'm okay with, as long as I said we don't fall into the box and get stuck. So I think this is yet another situation where we are thinking out of the box to support this long-standing, credible effort. So my question is, and I think what Russell's bringing up is really important. When we do preliminary approvals, that we make it very clear to the nonprofit what are the benchmarks that they must achieve within a certain window, because we don't want it just hanging out there. But I think, well, so I'm okay with supporting these kinds of efforts, but it will open the door for other opportunities or people who want to have those same benefits. So I think we're embarking on something new, and it's going to bring in new people to the table wanting similar opportunities. So I just want us to be thoughtful about that. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Randy. And we've given rights of entries to other community groups who are doing the due diligence to come back for other land dispositions. So in a sense, those are preliminary also. We can tighten up, I think, that take your suggestion, Russell, and tighten up the timeframes in which compliance is required. So I'll definitely pass that on to the next chair. And if I forget or I'm not efficient at that, then you guys are going to remind him. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay.
No, just a comment, Mr. Chair, and I think what Mr. Awo and Commissioner Ka'apu brought up is really important, to set a precedence as we move forward. I mean, you will not be here, but we will. And so when we do look at compliance and due diligence, my concerns is a lot of ROEs that come in that we approve, and all of a sudden, there's no due diligence. And I hope that looking at the next administration come in, that we can thoroughly look at a lot of the ROE rider entries that we have that are not in compliance. And the reason for non-compliance on a lot of the ROEs in my district is because you just don't have enough staff to keep them and to check, to make sure that these rider entries are in compliance. Compliance is being compliant. And so, with this body of commission, I remember that came through our meetings on several ROEs that wasn't in compliance due to lack of paying their rent and not being in compliance, to today, they're still there. And so the commission has voted to, what is that? Not take away, but to acknowledge their ROEs and not vote to approve the ROEs. But today they're still there doing business. I can understand why. So I look forward to the next administration to looking at how important compliance is. Whether you're a nonprofit, whether the staff says you don't need a 501, it's being compliance. And if the commission stands and votes to not approve your ROEs, then they should not still be on our property. And they should be, when they are not approved to be on the property, they should have a cleanup plan on that land to also be removed. So that's another discussion, next chapter, January. Looking forward to looking and digging in a lot of ROEs in my district that are in not compliance. And I just wanted to put that on the table. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Patty. I'm hoping the next administration is able to hire the people that we would then be able to use to evict non-compliant ROE folks. So that's a function of us just not having enough people at the moment. But I'm sure with support from the Green administration, there'll be more positions and there'll be more opportunities for our compliance team.
Exactly. And I think this commission and body will work hard to put that in place, Mr. Chairman. We have mentioned it many times on enforcement. Our enforcement is important on our DHHL commercial lots and residential, and to keep our homesteaders safe. And so I think that we will work really hard in this body to make sure that the next chairman and legislators will listen to our concerns of enforcement on DHHL. So thank you with that.
I agree.
Appreciate it.
I agree. Dennis?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Eric, for your presentation and all the efforts that you put in. And my comment is really towards the department. Like Commissioner Woe mentioned, this is the second preliminary we've seen in the past 2 days. And it seems it's all predicated around doing an EA, basically getting an EA and develop a plan with financial support and so on and so forth going forward. I just like to have the department, put the most important bullet point first, because number 6 should be number 1. That's going to be the one that is going to determine the amount of time that we're looking at. And as Andrew had indicated, we look at whether there's an exemption. I don't know how long that takes. What I would like to see is an update from the department on whether there's going to be an exemption or not, whatever period of time that is, and report back to the commission. That'll give us some bullet point of where we're going forward and update the commission. So we'll have some kind of an end game somewhere. So this doesn't go on forever and ever and ever. I'd like to see some kind of an update, whatever schedule Andrew can come up with as to whether we're going to have an exemption, if not exemption, what type of EA we'll have moving forward. And then all the other items that were listed in that last action item under discussion. There's several bullet points in here. Project feasibility, land suitability. That's probably all going to be covered on the EA. And then partnerships. Partnerships can be important. How are you going to finance this moving forward? And, I appreciate all the work you've put into it. I know it's difficult getting all the gang out there, getting the kids out there every day. And I'm sure you spend a lot of time out there, and so does Uncle. But just so that we're moving forward and we understand what the process is, as we do these preliminaries, we'll have a better idea of what's going to be that end game. Next time we see a preliminary, I'd like to see a year, 18 months. So that helps us moving forward, so these don't drag on and on. And it helps your situation as well. Getting folks to support your program, get the financial support, the design, and so on and so forth. Okay, Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments? Randy, you look like you want to say something.
I just want to mahalo Nana Kuli for the honor popcorn.
Okay.
with me last night.
You know, Randy commented about 5 times on the popcorn last night, so we know the popcorn is. If there's not, then I'll take this opportunity to thank Eric and just highlight a couple of things. So the establishment of the Hawaii to bring water back to the Lo'i predated Waihole Waikani. I'm sure, I don't have the data, but I'm sure knowing all the kids and their families that have gone through Ka'ala Farms, the experience and the connection to the Aina that you have provided has probably resulted in hundreds of children not getting on the fast track to OCCC. I see that. There have been so many creative programs coming out of Ka'ala that have been replicated in communities throughout the Pai'aina. Before anybody was started talking about the Ahu Pua'a system, this is in the 60s. Eric was talking about it. And I know many other groups who've taken that first sort of pictorial that you've done and replicated it and expanded it. There are learning centers across the state of Hawaii now that are due to people visiting Ka'ala and getting inoculated, if you will. I just don't want everybody to think that Eric is only up in the mountains. He's done a lot of programs where children have been exposed to opelo fishing in the water on the coast. They have a beautiful koa canoe that is an opelo canoe, and it has been used. 2 people in particular I want to call out today: Uncle Walter Palo, Uncle Eddie Kanana. Just like I called out the folks for the comp, 2 kupuna that have been a big, big part of, I think, your mentoring and all of our mentoring. And then if you haven't had an opportunity to taste Ka'ala's kalo andagi or kalo flatbread or kalo pizza, as he's made with the hundreds and hundreds of students from across the state, sort of introducing kalo in a new form. And I've seen them, these kids love that opportunity to eat healthy kalo products. I want to thank you for being that. I think in chemical reactions they call it a catalyst. So thank you for being a catalyst. And before I call for the question, I think Lori just acknowledged. Did you want to sign up for this one or later? Okay. Okay, and mahalo. Anyone else? Okay. See none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? See none, the motion carries, and pass that on to Kahana so that we can. Eric, thank you for all that you do.
Can I just say that nothing we do alone. Yeah, if you what's that saying? If you want to go fast, go by yourself. If you want to go far, bring everybody with you. Yeah, and you gotta bring the whole village with you. This is not done alone. I have a whole list of kupuna from all the Hawaiian moku that have come and laid the foundation for the work that we're doing. You know, Kepe Mayas, Kapuneai, Ako, I mean, I could go on, and the aunties, so they're the ones whose shoulders we stand on. Yeah, I mean, nobody can do it all, so they're the ones should be honored. We just, it takes a healthy village to raise a healthy child, and that healthy child grows up to raise more healthy villages. And so we got to break the cycle of poverty and substance abuse and domestic violence. And it happens right at the relationships to Aina, and work with all the men and women in treatment that have come out of the OCCC. And, so we got to break it. And the only way we do it is connect them to, the skills to build your own home, to do your own plumbing, to build your own sanitation system, to create your own biodigesters, to create your own kitchens, and to create our own food that come from our Aina. So mahalo so much to all of you. Yeah.
Okay, mahalo, Eric. Now you get the hard work of meeting those deadlines. Okay, we'll go on to agenda item F3 now.
The recommended motion action that the Hawaiian Homes Commission otherwise approval to write of entry permit to Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association covering a portion of the subject area identified as tax map number 186-122, delineated more specifically in Exhibit A, attached here to consisting of an approximate land area yet to be determined of Hawaiian homeland situated at Waianae Island of Oahu for the purposes of conducting due diligence studies, including but not limited to project master plan, business plan, related Chapter 343 HRS compliance requirements and Chapter 6E HRS compliance requirements.
Thank you, Typo. May I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Anyone from any public testimony on this item? Aloha.
Aloha, Commissioner, Chairman and the Commission. Popcorn is from Waianae Valley.
So sorry.
We're all from the same moku.
Yeah.
But gives that popcorn to us, so we know that.
Thank you. Next time I'm gonna order the big bag.
Yeah.
Can you pull the microphone closer to you? Have a soft voice.
Okay.
Okay.
My name is Jan Makepa. I am the Vice President for the Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association. We've come before you folks to gain approval for the right of entry for the parcel across the sewers. Couple of things that I just wanted to say, and I had to write it down because I was listening to everybody speaking, and some things kind of jarred my memory. But one of the things that I wanted to talk about was last night's meeting. Nanakuli Village was very inspirational for, I think, a lot of our homesteads across the state. But one of the things that stood out, Chair, was what you said last night when you said, "Don't wait for us." It kind of gave us the inspiration to move forward in things that we may not be so ma'a to. And basically, that's what our homestead is doing. We're moving forward. We're not ma'a to the whole process. We're learning, we're looking for guidance from people that are more than willing to help, and we are thankful for all of that. Another thing, that I wanted to talk about is that we're very enthused about what's happening. It is sometimes scary, but we know that with the help of everybody that, we're thinking more outside the box in the way of solar sustainability and Auntie Laurie's crematory. So a couple of things is with the Waianae Sustainable Co-op, it is a direct benefit to the energy credit and, giving our homesteaders some relief in their electric utility costs. So we're working in collaboration with them. And then also with Auntie Laurie. And so a couple of things with Auntie Laurie's collaboration with her is that in listening to the president from our Waianae Kai homestead and his concerns about the crematory, and also to Palala here about his concerns, which actually when I heard him broke my heart, because Auntie Laurie's not here to burn up us Kanaka. We're all here to try and kako'o each other, malama each other. And it's not about, burning up all of us Hawaiians. It's giving us the options, another option to have a Kanaka help a Kanaka. We know the issues out on our coast. We know the issues of our homeless. We know the issues of costs. There are two things that are inevitable in life: taxes and debt. And so, in that we know that Auntie Laurie has done her due diligence in the things that she'll bring to our community. Waianae Kai had talked about the toxic things that would come. But for all of us that know Auntie Laurie, we know that she's a conservationist. Everything is about malama, malama the island, malama the health, malama people. So we know that she's done her due diligence and she would not put any kind of machinery in our community that is going to hurt our community. She is part of our community. Her daughter lives in our homestead. And so, we would like to, our homestead would like to open up that communication with Waianae Kai, with Palala here, to make them understand that, yes, when you hear the word crematory, it is a scary thing. But if we educate everybody about it, then it's not so scary. We want to put on the table all of the information that makes everybody feel a little bit more comfortable with what we're trying to introduce to our community. And Auntie Laurie brings a lot of good things and a lot of good options. And it also brings economic development to our community. And so, we come before you folks to ask for approval of the right of entry for that. And then as our homestead association, we are the leaders that will be overseeing the collaboration with the Sustainable Co-op and with Auntie Laurie. And so, we're all kind of learning and moving forward and using your words of inspiration and the help from the commission to move forward in all this.
Okay. Mahalo, Chen. Questions, commissioners?
Please, no questions.
I have a question. Thank you. Thank you. Aloha. Thank you for the popcorn and all you did last night in making it successful. Thank you. You mentioned your co-op. And so I got a chance to look at your packet here. Is your co-op right now registered under the DCCA, State of Hawaii?
Okay, because we are in collaboration with our co-op and Auntie Laurie, I would like to have a co-op come up, or if Ali or Auntie Papua could come up to answer that question.
Thank you.
Hello.
Aloha Commissioners, Papua-Kili Kamai. Yes, our co-op is registered with DCCA.
Under DCCA?
Yes.
Okay. When was it registered?
Well, we just came into existence. So I believe that would be October, but I'm not exactly certain when that came into play.
Okay, all right, okay. So my research checked it out and it wasn't, the reason I asked is it wasn't on the DCCA. So I wanted to make sure that the Waianae Co-op was registered in, and that's part of the walking and due diligence,
Right.
correct?
Totally.
Yeah.
So,
And so- and
Kapua,
so-
Let me confirm that with Ali, with our technical folks. So we're gonna also bring to the table Ali Andrews, who has been working with us, and she is from Shake Energy Collaborative. And actually it's through working with Shake Energy Collaborative and Sierra Club that actually gave us the gumption You know, the ano that, yeah, maybe we can do this because we have people that are out there to help us to do it. Because energy is definitely not my forte. It's just one of those things that we all utilize and we don't know the mechanics of it. But after numerous conversations with them specifically and sharing with the board as to how we can possibly bring this to fruition. So if Ali and perhaps Ikaika, if needed, could join us. Please.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I do know Ally, she came into the Nanakuli Waianae area to
So Ali will correct me
to
if I'm.
present the CBR, Community-Based Energy Program. And so but I wasn't done yet. Thank you, Kapua. So my next question under this is Waianae Valley Homestead, your association.
Yes.
So again, we talk about due diligence, and I keep hearing it in the department about due diligence, preliminary ROEs. And so is your nonprofit in place? Do you folks are in compliance? Did you folks bring up in 501? Do you have it now?
Okay, so for our co-op that has been submitted, for our Waianae Valley Homestead Association, we are in the process of obtaining the co-op. Excuse me, of obtaining the nonprofit status designation.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
that has not been achieved yet.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Ali. Thank you.
Mahalo. Aloha. So I don't recall the exact date. I believe Ikaika is pulling it up, but the co-op was incorporated as a consumer cooperative in the state of Hawaii in June of this year. And I believe we're even vendor compliant at this point. We've barely, yes. So the answer is yes, we are incorporated and we'll help get that documentation to you.
Thank you for clarifying that. Any other questions? Okay, let's see. Wait, Russell first, then Randy.
Chair, I just wanted to clarify, because we talked about this yesterday. There's a difference between being a nonprofit and being in compliance with state of Hawaii requirements, the DCCA, and then being a charitable org under 501c, whatever, 3, 6, 8. And I think we confirmed yesterday that you're not required to be a charitable organization under the IRS to qualify to hold an ROE or a lease.
Correct.
From the department. You are required to be in compliance with DCCA.
State. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Randy, did you want to
Thank
say
you,
something? Sorry. Randy?
So I just want to say a few things about, it feels like we kind of are in a crossroads here. And I say that because our Waianae commissioner has more questions that I think in some ways, if it came before us, we had a lot more information before it went to a right of entry. It might help resolve some of the question marks that have arisen on this table. And part of that is we're just not familiar with this process. And so I've known Laurie a long time, and she has a long, credible track record of being a steward of Aina and the environment. So I don't question that. It's kind of feeling like what comes first, educating the commission in a very comprehensive way, or going with the right of entry and doing it that way. So I just wanted to give you some context about where this might be going. I can't predict the outcome and how we're going to vote, but I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. The issue that's before us today is just an approval for a right of entry for them to conduct the due diligence to see if the projects are even feasible. It's not granting them any permission to enter. They'll have to come back to the commission for a final disposition. So it's hard for them to present information that they aren't aware of yet. This allows them to go on site and look at the roof, have their consultants to make assessments of whether the existing roof that's there is capable of holding the solar panels, and whether or not the space under roof right now is capable of fitting in the crematorium that's being proposed. So all we're doing is saying, okay, you can go take a look at it. We're giving you permission to be on site, to do calculations. And it sounds like the ability also to communicate in the beneficiary community to a higher level of communication. But they won't know what to communicate until they actually go on site and have permission to have their expert subject matter folks that's associated with them to make the projections. It may be at the end of this process that they find out that that the project is not feasible. And in that case, then the right of entry would be discontinued and the proposed project would go away or maybe be modified, or I'm not sure, but we won't know until we get there. They need the ability to be on site in order to make these assessments so that they can put it into the economic model. So we're not actually giving them the disposition to go and put the solar panels on the roof, or to go and put the crematorium machine on property. This is just simply go find out and then come back.
Can I ask you, when do they come back?
They'll come back after the permit is actually for up to a year, and it's whenever they are able to, within that year process, come back with the information. And if they find that they have to add more time to it, then they'll come back and add more time. I think they can do it within a year.
So this is when the commission do their yearly ROE approvals then?
No, that's different.
It's different?
That's different. This is a sort of access to site, not site control. The ROEs that you're referring to are actually site control. So it's slightly different. Okay.
It's not that I don't support, your proposal for the solar project through. I will support that project through, but I will strongly defer on the crematorium proposal in that. And I'm just afraid that once you give with this department, once you give the ROE, and like you mentioned, Chairman, it's that we're not too certain. When are they coming back? Is it going to be permanent? Is it going to go through? And that's the frightening part, because we're always lack of staff not following through these different ROEs. And more to see a lot of the ROEs, the permanent ones, been abused. That is such a frightening, that's just a frightening area, because we've never put these permanent ROEs in compliance. And this is what I'm expressing. And so, Kapu, I know you work really hard with Ali and the group there. I do support your effort in moving forward in these solar proposals that will benefit 70 DHHL residential, correct? And but as far as the crematoria, I will request a defer. And that's just my manao on this project moving forward.
Okay, so I do believe that they can't come back without gathering the information, whether it's the photovoltaic or the proposed crematorium. So
If I may.
Go ahead,
If I
Kapu.
may, speaking as an individual beneficiary and advisor to the board, our association, our board members see us as an ohana, the two of our entities, and servicing our beneficiaries. So like the chair has already stated, we're not going to be on property. The only reason that we need to get on property is to do the assessments and the evaluations. Once we complete and we fulfill those obligations, and we come back to you with the full layout of the plan because we'll have more specifications. I'm not requesting for a right of entry. We'll be requesting for a lease or a long-term lease because this is going to be at least a 25-year request. So it will not be an annual right of entry to where we're going to be coming back to you and having to self-justify every year, especially with our solar panels. That's not possible in that particular situation. But we need access to, and we do actually have it now, but we don't have all the answers. So we do have to go and comply with Chapter 343, and we do need Auntie, and Auntie is doing her due diligence with her crematory. So while we have concerns over it, if you were to walk the Waianae coast on the reef side, you will see how many of our Kanaka and Po'e Hawaii are outside of our coast, but how many Ohana has saw fit to put a memorial alongside our coast? So they are already being cremated, except they are being serviced by somebody else. So why don't we put a Kanaka serving Kanaka? When you talk about buy local, for all things in life and death, it happens. So as Auntie Lori had shared yesterday, they go out to the Ohana. And as she shared with us, this is not a prepaid plan. This is something that as need. So she's gonna have a high need because not everybody is gonna survive that ER room. Not everybody's gonna survive COVID or whatever natural illness that we have, especially diabetes. Our respiratory problems on the West Coast. This is gonna be community serving community. So I appreciate and respect you, Patty, and especially agreeing to disagree, because that's how we move ahead. Mahalo.
Randy?
So look, in trying to navigate through the right solution and trying to be fair, and at the same time, trying to be very thoughtful about how the community might feel. I think it is, you know, this isn't for site control, this is your due diligence.
Yes.
And so before we say no to a project, you must have the capacity to do your due diligence. So we are not saying yes to you. What we are trying to do, even ourselves, we have to be very thoughtful about a yes or a no, and we can't do that unless you do your due diligence. And so I think that's an important consideration for us to make. But I do want to ensure that whatever this becomes, that we have fully collaborated with the Waianae Coast and that they themselves decide ultimately how they want to instruct us on whether or not this project should go forward. But as the chair points out, first you have to get on the property to do your research. So that's where we're at. So that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I just want to remind everybody that we were remiss in our meetings being focused on the co-op, even after Auntie Lori had come alongside. So we do commit to hosting meetings where it includes the cremation services, because we want that dialogue to occur. And we do want to know what the needs are. Because as mentioned yesterday, there is a thought for a columbarium in the future, and that is some time in the future.
William, I have one more condition I would like for this commission to consider. Because if it's open-ended for an entire year, that does raise a concern because the department does not have the capacity to stay on top of these things. So, you know, I would be amenable to having them report back quarterly to update us on what they have discovered.
That is the prerogative of the commission. So there's a motion. The motion would have to be amended to include that condition. But before we consider that, I think Dennis wants to say something.
Yes, well, I'd just like to, under item 1C, the term of the right of entry is month to month, up to 36 months. So gets done in 6 months, it gets done in a year. So there is a time frame. But as you can see, the commission, we're concerned about items. We have to take that clearly on ourselves and how our community is going to react. We got concerned about stuff like that. So, but it's still up to the beneficiaries. But this right of entry is just to get on the property and check it out. Say, hey, it's going to work. Basically, that's nuts and bolts of it. And if it does work, then where do we go from there? Beneficiary consultation. Do you want this? Do we have the financial capacity to do it? What's the benefit for the community? So that's where it comes down to, and you can see the compassion our commission has when we start talking about these things. But we represent our beneficiaries. So I think moving forward is, the month to month helps. It's gonna may determine things prior to 36 months. There is some additional time you may need beyond that. But that's sort of my concern, is that I think it's already in the work. It's not like we're giving you land. We're just allowing you to get your consultants to go in and evaluate and determine whether it's financially feasible. It's almost like a solar projects we've done in the past to allow them get in, and for them, we actually charge them to do that. In this case, it may be different, but I think moving forward, it may be something that we should be looking at. Clearly, I think the contract clearly says it's conducting due diligence study. It's not giving out an ROE for the property itself. That's not in this document. That's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Mike?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, I personally support Waianae community, your associate and you guys' efforts. And I hear other commissioners' inputs and, timing, how long it's gonna go. But for me, it really comes down to the association and your efforts to want to get this completed, right? So the longer you take, the longer you're gonna see results. So in my mind, and I can tell that you guys are very committed to this. In my mind, you guys will do your utmost best to get this through, right? And then get something so that you can come back to the commission and share it with us. Whether it's beneficiary consultation on all the different aspects of this, or whether it's other associations on the Waianae coast. I really commend your efforts. I mean, we got beneficiaries out there that do stuff on their own. They don't come and ask us for ROEs. So I will support doing this, the due diligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any other questions, comments? Okay, Dennis, I want to thank you for providing me the option to make this statement as one of the last things I do at my last commission meeting. So yes, we do represent beneficiaries. However, all of us at the table, our mission is to protect the trust into perpetuity. I want to say that for the record. A commissioner's duty is to take a look at whatever comes through the table and to protect the trust in perpetuity. So thank you for that opportunity, for allowing me to say that. And if there's no more public testimony, I will ask for the vote. Do you want a roll call vote, Patty?
Whatever, Bill.
Okay, if it's not unanimous, then we need to do a roll call vote, so. Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Wu,
Aye.
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaliki,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaupu,
Aye.
Commissioner Namuo,
Aye.
Commissioner Nevis,
Aye.
Commissioner Teria,
Supporting solar So I will still abstain on the crematoria project. Thank you.
Okay, did you do that? Can't you do that? Okay. Commissioner, I think the appropriate, because we're.
Abstain.
Okay, thank you so much.
Chair Ida.
Aye.
7 ayes, 1 abstention, motion is carried.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Deep conversation is always good in our community. And it leads to healthy outcomes, and conversation on the commission was extremely, I think, beneficial. So thank you so much. I think we're gonna take a 10-minute break before we go to agenda item G7. In recess for 10 minutes. Okay, the commission meeting is back in session. We're on agenda item G7. Andrew?
Aloha Commissioners, item G7, the recommended action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorize the chairman to enter into a memorandum of understanding agreement presented in your packet as Exhibit A among the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, Kamehameha Schools, and the County of Hawaii Department of Water Supply regarding water system improvements and allocation of Department of Water Supply water credits and facility charges in Keoho, North Kona, Hawaii Island.
Thank you, Andrew. Commissioners, may I have a motion to consider staff recommendations? No move.
Second.
Thank you. Continue.
Commissioners, we presented the informational workshop yesterday. If there are any further questions, we'll be happy to answer them at this time.
Right.
Andrew, I just had one additional question. So there was an estimate to complete well 2A. It's a little bit under 5 million. Is that estimate like a turnkey cost, meaning that after 5 million, that system is ready to deliver water?
I believe the estimate takes into consideration what it would cost to bring the well online. So 5.6 million is again a rough order of magnitude estimate. It was an estimate given to us about October of this year. As you know, the cost of supplies and materials widely fluctuate. So that's our best guess at this point in time until we actually get to the point where we can complete the engineering design work, the construction plans, and put the project out to bid. We won't know the cost for sure, but right now, our best estimate, our best guess is about 5.6 million.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because I was just trying to differentiate whether it's just the cost to do the well, and then of course there's other infrastructure, connection, pumps, etc.
Let me clarify that. The cost to do the well would also include like the control building that manages the pump to, turn the pump on, turn the pump off. It does not include the transmission line to the county system or any additional storage improvements that would be necessary.
All right, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Mike, thanks for bringing that out, Mike, because that's one of the biggest impediments to development of Hawaiian homelands, the cost to develop a well. We have asked USDA to reconsider their restriction on use of their monies for the exploration of wells, and I think we have an audience that's willing to have that discussion, both at the local level and at the DC level. So hopefully that will result in changes.
Sorry, Chair, just one more piece of information to address Commissioner Kalekini's question. Storage that would be built to accommodate storage from both wells.
And we get credit for the storage, building the storage too, right? As part of the overall.
If we pay for it.
Okay. Anyone wishing to testify on this agenda item? Bo?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Aloha, commissioners. Mr. Chairman, Isla, thank you for the opportunity. After yesterday's review of G7 and the brief done by the Planning Department, Andrew Choi, our Laiupua CDC board met and discussed the initiative. I've submitted a written testimony, and if I may, it basically supports, the board unanimously supports the planning office initiative under item G7 related to the memorandum between Kamehameha Schools, the county, the department for the development of a water source at Keoho. We cannot, Laiupua CDC, certainly myself, after being engaged with economic community development here now well over 20 years, we cannot express enough the need for water source development. I've brought several initiatives before this commission, and to date, I think this is the closest we've gotten in bringing to, I think, fruition, a project that will deliver water for our community here. And water, not necessarily just for housing, but would support our other community initiatives to include the community park, the preschool, Laiupu 2020 community development initiatives, the community center facility development. And in the future, we'll be looking at the 200-acre parcel further down by the harbor at Honokaha Harbor, in which the community have been waited for a boat parking. Currently, there are numerous violations in our community related to our DCCRs, with boats parking all over the place. It creates a hazard, creates a problem. LCDC will again work to try and bring the boat parking initiative forward. So we can't do anything without water. Can't build a house without water. You can't do economic development without water. And with that said, we commend the planning office in looking at other sources of water for the west side of Hawaii and the Kona community, the Kalawa properties, Kailapa Homesteaders Association, and the like. So with that said, we appreciate the department's initiative related to this matter. Mahalo.
Thank you, Bo. And I would encourage you and the organizations that you just mentioned to talk to our congressional delegation to change the language in the statutes that does not allow USDA funds to be used for exploration. I hope that we are successful in a carve out just for Hawaiian homes, because that would definitely speed up our ability to provide infrastructure and move development along much quicker. So give them a call, write them some letters, and get everybody to do the same. Thank you.
Thank
Bo.
you so much. Thank you so much. And lastly, I think on behalf of our community, the Villages of Laiopua Homesteaders Association, Laiopua Community Development Corporation, Laiopua 2020 Corporation, we thank you, Bill, for your leadership as you wind down and move into the public sector. I don't know what you're going to be doing, but quite frankly, I think wherever you go, you're going to be certainly an asset. And you've been an asset to our community, and we commend you for your leadership, and we thank you for your participation on the commission.
Mahalo, Bo. There's an ahi swimming offshore of Waina right now with my name on it, and I'm just going to collect it when I get a chance. Thank you.
All right. All right. Go get them.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Comment?
Chair, I have a question. Is Katie on this morning with us? No?
No, she's not.
So Andrew, I read through the memorandum again, and I want to look at page 7 of the MOU. On the top, it's paragraph E, talking about KS and KIC lessees damages. That's the same issue I raised yesterday. But if you're familiar with that paragraph, so here I'll read the section, one of the sections, that DHHL and DWS shall require their contractors to be responsible for compensating KS or KIC lessees for any loss, blah, blah, blah. That phrase, KS or KIC lessees, does that mean that the two parties that the contractors are responsible to, is it the big KS, all of KS and KIC lessees? Or is it KS lessees or KIC lessees? You see what I'm getting at? The difference? Because if you look at the definition section, KS is defined as it normally is as the trustees of the organization. So I think it's meant to be KS lessees or KIC lessees, those that are affected by easements that are taken by access by the contractor, etc. And I think that's how the rest of that paragraph is read. But if it's making the contractors responsible to the KS in whole for any potential down, I don't know what that would be, but we're going to get a lot of pushback from contractors because they're not going to be able to insure over that liability. Anyway, that was my question. I understand the response we got yesterday about what the nature of that exposure is. And I suppose as we move from MOU to definitive agreements, we can, through due diligence, kind of define the scope of that exposure for us and our contractors. But I just want to confirm that it's not, this isn't meant to be KS everybody. It's meant to be KS lessees or KIC lessees. I hope I'm making sense in the.
I think let me see if I understand what your question is. I believe you're asking, should there be damages? Does the department compensate Kamehameha schools, or do we compensate the individual
lessees?
For that question, I'll turn to Bradley.
Aloha, Chairman Ayla and the commissioners. That section is meant is meant to address lessee damages, not. So KIC and KS are one and the same. KIC was a for-profit arm for Kamehameha schools within the Keoho development area, which is part of the Keoho development area is a designated land area and part of the infrastructure to be improved on resides within that. So the Keoho shaft well, is within the land confines of what KIC is responsible for, and that's why we have the KS/KIC.
Are there lessees? Are there lessees in the area that are KS lessees but not KIC lessees?
There are no lessees in that specific area. So for KIC, there are no active lessees within the scope of work. Yeah, but Mauka of that, there are lessees within KS lands.
Of KS.
Yeah.
So if that's the understanding, can I suggest that in the MOU where the phrase KS or KIC lessees is where you find that, we change that to KS lessees or KIC lessees, just to make sure that, I think that's what was intended. It means the lessees of either KIC or KS. And you just explained there are no KIC lessees in this area, it sounds like.
At this point in time.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that they won't be there at the time of the drafting or the execution of a formal agreement. So if your question is to remove the slash and put in the word or, is that what you're?
So right now it says KS or KIC lessees. And I'm suggesting that it should say KS lessees or KIC lessees.
I think we can make that amendment to the MOU.
Yeah, so when you take it up with KS, with their legal, I think that's what's intended here. And if they push back, this is only a non-binding MOU, so we'll get to, it'll be addressed in the definitive agreements in any case, but, so I'm not suggesting we don't do it if KS legal says no at this point, but I'm just commenting, I think that's what's intended, yeah. Okay,
I think you can see clarification from legal as we go forward. And as you said, it can always be changed in the final.
in the
negotiation.
definitive, yeah, in the series of agreements. Okay, but Andrew, you can understand what I'm getting at?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, anyone wishing to testify on G7 in the audience? No? Online? Nobody? Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much for your patience. And then take that question back. Yeah. Maybe we can put the or and it doesn't make any difference, but it satisfies the commission. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for spending a day and a half with us. Okay, hang on. Hang on. We're gonna go to the J agenda and we're gonna take up J9. So is it reject? Reject. Okay.
Aloha
Aloha.
and Merry Christmas to Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to move the agenda to our J9, testimony. While this is, my name is Rosette Bernardino, and joining me is my son, Kaimana Bernardino. And while this is personal in nature, it is also a warning shot for future, I can't say that I'm an awardee because I was told I'm not an awardee yet till I actually complete the process.
Can I just,
But-
you are an awardee, but you're not a lessee until you complete the process.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you
so
for
you have
that
an award,
correction.
but it's not converted to a lease until the process is
Okay,
completed.
that's not
Okay.
how I understood it previously, but thank you for that correction. In October 2020, I was awarded Ka'ulu Okahai Increment 2, vacant lot, build your own home. And here we are, December 2022. Did I say October 2020? Yeah, 2022, no house. We went through the arduous process, and it wasn't that we couldn't qualify for a loan or we didn't get the permits. We got all that done. It was when it was time to build. The financial institution we went with, Home Street, threw in a monkey wrench into the whole process, told us that we couldn't, our contractor could not use his bonding company, that they had to go with Home Street's bonding companies, and they had 3. And we were like, wait, we're 2022, earlier this year, we were told this by Home Street. And so we called our contractor and say, hey, Home Street is not agreeing to your bonding company. Would you mind going with the 3 that they listed? But in the meantime, I didn't agree with it because I could see the economy getting worse. Today, it's, at the time we applied, it was.
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
It was 5%. We are now at 7%. which means from a $2,000 mortgage loan, he'll probably have to pay $3,500 a month. And it's not getting easy. At this point, we want to say, keep your vacant lot. We'll just have him go, you know, what do you call, out in the market. And perhaps find a nice home with a better mortgage, monthly mortgage. Our question to the commissioners, why are we limited to Home Street? Because that's how it was portrayed in the beginning, because it was a build your own home. They assigned, Home Street assigned one agent to do everybody, turnkey and construct your own home. But it seemed like the build your own home was put on a back burner to get all the turnkey applicants processed. And that didn't sit well with us. But we're beholden to the financial institution because we want the home, we want the mortgage.
So the turnkey does not go first. The turnkey goes this way. And
I mean,
the vacant lot
your
goes
understanding
along
is
this
that
path.
when we called and we said, hey, how is our loan going? Well, I got a lot of, you know, turnkey I have to get processed. And I was like, is it turnkey from before? Because those homes weren't built yet. It was in the process, all that increment too.
Okay, so if you don't mind, if I can call somebody from staff up to sort of provide additional information.
Sure.
Thank you.
Aloha,
Aloha.
Michelle Hitzman, Highway Manager under the CAD division. So addressing the turnkey, again, as far as Home Street, we do reach out to the lender to get updates. I'm not too sure on the timeline, but I would imagine if they were working on our EK2 turnkey projects, the lenders have a schedule. So they are probably in the process of closing those. How and why they put them in front. It could also be because the construction process tends to take a lot longer. And again, for lenders, they would require permit, bond, insurance, all of that before they do the final qualifying. So go
But
ahead.
that process is not department control. The process is Home Street control.
Correct. As long as they're financing through someone like Home Street Bank or any financial institute, then they are, they need to comply with their requirements.
Okay, with regards to vacant lot build out, are we telling beneficiaries that they only have to go to Home Street or can they go to other lenders?
So we're not telling them that they only have to use Home Street Bank. At the time, and even today, the only lenders that we are aware of that provide construction loans on Home Street is, on Homestead is Home Street Bank. And we recently found out that First Tribal Lending also does 184A construction loans. Another option for our families, which we share, is utilizing Native Hawaiian organizations such as CNHA and recently Hawaiian Community Lending. They do interim construction loans, but then the families would need to go out and find a takeout, a permanent loan from any FHA lender that does loans on homestead.
Once the house is constructed.
Correct, for the takeout. The interim would be through somebody like CNHA.
Any idea why Home Street would initially approve the bonding and then change their mind?
So just from the information we got from Home Street Bank, the lender, Richard Ade, it was that particular company, Surety One, because they don't monitor the funds. The bond company, what they stated that they do is they release the entire money up front to the contractor. So again, because there was no monitoring of funds or draw payments, then Home Street Bank was not approving that particular bond. Or bonding company, excuse me, bonding company.
So your, I guess, the path forward, because Home Street at this point is the only one, with the exception of those other three suggested entities which have recently come on, would be, and awards would, because it's Home Street that is not moving forward. Would we give them additional time to go and try to contact one of the other three entities?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I think we were just informed that they have recently applied with First Tribal.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. And in that, speaking to that, we found First Tribal on our own, not through the department, which should have been told to us or shared with us through a organization called NACOA Development. I believe they're a nonprofit organization, and it was to me by prayer. I ran into someone at CVS who shared that information with me, and I said, I took down all the information, contacted NACOA Development, and they was like our liaison between CNHA and ourselves. So we worked with that, and he gave us CNHA gave us the information about First Tribal.
So, so part of what we share also with the families is, as far as we know, these are the banks that we're familiar with. And at the time, it might have just been Home Street. But we do share with the families also, if by chance, through your research, you happen to find someone that does construction loans that we're not aware of because they just came on board, then please let us know, because we want to be sure that our families have all the options. Now, when we started the vacant lot program, we did reach out to many of the other banks, Bank of Hawaii, First Hawaiian, American Savings, and we asked even the credit unions to see if they were able to provide construction loans. At the time, and even until today, they haven't jumped on board yet. So we're kind of hoping that many of them will.
So I've personally made overtures to American Savings Bank and CPB. They are considering doing the construction loan right now, but we don't have any memorandums of agreements with them. But I can tell you that staff is talking to both banks. We would like to get Bank of Hawaii also involved, but so far we haven't been successful. So I do apologize that Home Street changed the rules on you. Did you consider like building a kit house from Hansador or buying one of those packages, because Hansador will bond the construction loan?
We've considered a lot of things. This is what we've chose. This is what we've gone through. Commissioner Kalekini complimented someone earlier about how much they wanted this project to be done, and he can see it. If a conditional approval letter isn't enough to show you guys how committed we are to doing this thing, and for us having to find all these different things on our own. Michelle, it's nice to meet you for the first time. We've been contacting Moana Freitas, and she's been in contact with us. And a lot of what is being said now is just rebuttal to stuff that we were, shaking up. Not you guys doing this stuff for us. It's us doing it, and now you guys are rebuttaling.
Okay.
And then you're gonna ask me, oh, I'm gonna go check my Hansador because we did everything that was asked of us.
Okay.
And now when we're so close and tasting it, we're being denied.
You're being denied by a bank that
Yes.
services. You're
The
not
only
being,
bank that is
you're
willing
not-
to work with DHHL.
you're not being denied by the department. So I understand you're frustrated and you're angry, but there's nobody here at the
Not
table
angry, just frustrated.
that's denying you. I want you to understand that. Because it's not us denying you. It's an outside financial agency that's denying the bond.
Yes, and more needs to be done. And not accept
don't-
just Home Street Bank. Push just as much as we're pushing. We had to find out about CNHA, First Tribal Lending on our own. No one reached out to us and said, oh, these guys are on board. We found out from other people.
They have just become on board.
Just
Which
become,
is
but
what-
not told to us.
Okay.
We find that out.
Okay, So that's understandable. We are where we are. So I think the ball is back in your court, what you
It
want to
is,
do.
and hey, we're pushing.
Okay,
So we're
so,
letting you know that we don't want this thing to happen to other people.
okay, now that we know that these other options are available, they're making it available to future awardees.
Push, push.
Chair, can I ask
I have personally talked to the presidents of Bank of Hawaii, I'm sorry, CPB and ASB. We are trying to provide or get other banks to provide construction loan services to the department. We do not control those banks. But I do want to rebut and say that we are trying, we are pushing. Maybe not fast enough for this process right now, but we are, and I hope the next person in this seat follows through with those overtures to these banks. So
Just as, hey, we're all gonna hold each other accountable just as much as you guys put out timelines for us. We want you guys to push for the next person, not just us. Like we said, it's not a personal thing
Right.
only. It's for the next too.
we don't control financing companies, but
Well,
understood.
we still gotta push.
We have been trying. So Russell?
Isn't First Tribal Lending gonna have the same concern with your bonding company or your contractors?
Our contractor has already been approved through First Tribal as far as, because they have to apply as a contractor and do whatever.
But how about the bonding piece?
Well, I'm assuming if they were already approved, I don't know, there's some
Yeah,
application we have to put in with First Tribal and they were approved. So I don't see why they would be approved as a contractor and not accept their bonding. It'll just be a moot point unless they thinking.
I agree, but it's so Kahana Noa is working with you guys from
Yeah.
Nakua.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yes.
So it's important that you
Ask the
confirm
question.
that. Yeah.
They were,
Ask the question.
yes, he's in tandem with us. But it's just frustrating to go through a complete process with one, be denied, and then now we're square one again, going through First Tribal, like I said, which we found out on our own. So,
Yeah, and it sounds like you guys wasn't aware of Home Street doing this. You know, at May 2022 denying our application, all because they didn't agree with the contractor's bonding company. That should have been told us at the front end with them before we even applied with them. And then along the way, since 2020, he has been submitting
pay
his
stubs,
pay
statements
stub, the
after
same
statement.
thing over and over for 2 years because it's being stretched that long. So they have to keep up with the change in finances.
We can communicate with Home Street Bank that they should be doing that
Yeah,
upfront.
do it
Okay?
up front for the next family that's gonna build. If they, check on your contractor and their, ask them who their bonding company is before you even go through this arduous process. And then only to be denied.
Okay, we can certainly pass that on to the lenders. But we don't control the lenders. I want you to
Yeah,
understand.
we
Yeah, but
definitely
then-
understand that because we went through this process and we gotta push on our own. And that's what we've been doing. You
It
guys
made
don't
it seem
control
like
me,
Home
but
Street was the
For me,
company
it's
to go
just
with.
that we feel like we've been left out to fend for ourselves. No guidance. Yeah, you guys do this. Oh,
The
we let
department,
you know. Go ahead and do
the
it.
department can provide you what we know is available, but we do not give advice. Okay, advice. Yes, because if we give advice, then there's legal ramifications to it.
Not.
We can provide you
There
what's
was no other
available.
institution that would do construction loans. So
That-
we
that
were
is-
left with this.
That is
company.
correct. That is, you're absolutely
And you
correct.
guys knew about it.
We
So
didn't-
tell Home Street, you know what?
We don't,
Ask them at the front end who their bonding company is before you even make the families apply for. a
Or I
loan
think what
from
you're
them.
saying is check with the lenders on the front end, what their bonding requirements are.
Right.
And then let folks like you know, when you go to line up your contractor, that they're gonna have to have this type of bond in place because Home Street or whomever the other lenders, First Tribal now, this is what they accept, this is what they don't accept as far as bonding.
Yeah,
Back
because at the award ceremonies, you have all these banks out there. And yeah, they do turnkey, but they don't do
Construction.
construction. Only
You're
this
absolute-
company does.
Until the other folks just jumped in. So
I
we
think-
understand.
I think that's a,
We can.
we're not advising, but we're just sharing with people, this is what the kind of, you need to check with your lender regarding what their bonding
And
requirements are so that they can.
subsequent to our knowledge of other folks being available, we are making that available. So we will follow up. And thank you for your suggestions with Home Street Bank. And ask them, because we don't control them, ask them to make the changes that are appropriate so it doesn't happen again.
Right, we did that. Michelle, so you guys gave us a timeline. We're way past that timeline. So what are you guys gonna do as far as, you know, because what was told to us that once the timeline expires, you may, I don't know, rescind the offer or?
So we do work with our selectees, and if there are things that are out of the selectees' control, then we do provide the extensions. In such case, we understand permits taking a lot longer, there are bonding situations. Now, again, as long as the selectee is moving or progressing towards making these things happen or completing these items, then we are, of course, willing to work with you all. So, and I think
I
from,
think she's saying that there's a.
yes,
We'll make an extension because it's not caused by you.
correct.
And then when we call, can you guys please return our calls?
Okay, yes, we will definitely return your calls, and I believe we have emails also. You have all of our contact information on there that you can definitely reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you and good luck.
Chair, can I mention just for the record, so Kahanu Noa, who is the one of the principal of Nakua, is doing a consulting business where he works with beneficiaries like this who are trying to build homes. And Nakua tries to fill this gap where try to advise people of the whole process and what all these things that need to happen. But Kahanu or Carl, I know him as Carl Noah, was a player of mine when I coached football, and I've stayed in touch with him for a long time. So I think he, independent of the department, is trying to fill this gap. I think what these folks might be saying indirectly is, should the department be, and I know the answer is because we're understaffed and we don't have the resources, but should we be providing this service to kind of bridge the gap? Because had they not, found Kahanu and Nakua, they wouldn't have known all these kind of things. So, but I just want to put on the record because I am familiar with Nakua and Kahanu and kind of the services he's trying to
I
provide.
think certainly he can be invited to the
Yeah.
awards.
Sure, and we are working with him and Nakua with our PMKK families. A lot of the families are working through them. And in fact, we became aware of Nakua because his father built
Right.
a home out at UK2. And then
Yeah.
since then, we've been in communication with them. And again, a lot of our families on Kauai, Pilani Maikikai, are actually working through Nakua. So
Wow.
Okay, so
Okay, one more thing, because of what Michelle said. So if First Tribal, for any unseen reason, what is our recourse? What is our legal recourse as far as getting a loan? If nobody here on island will do it.
So an option is if you are denied and do receive a denial letter from one of the financial institutions, then we can bring you in-house through our loans department. But we would need an actual denial letter from the lender.
right.
And again, with in-house, just understand that we still have qualifying like requirements.
Yeah, we, Home Street was supposed to send us a denial letter as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and then just, I don't want to build your hopes up too high. There is a limited amount of money that can be accessed for order construction loans.
What about the CNHA loan that you mentioned? You gotta do the takeout on the back end, but
Correct.
but is
Correct.
that an option for these folks?
It is an option, but you would then have to seek out an FHA lender. That would provide you with more options because there is more takeout lenders, if you will. A Bank of Hawaii would do that. Possibly, who else do we utilize? High Tech, so forth. There's a bunch of lenders.
Perhaps CNHA and, folks like NACOA or trying to fill this gap. Maybe they could put together a suitable bonding company that would bond these type of projects for beneficiaries. That's asking a lot, but CNHA does a lot, so.
So we can definitely reach out to them. We just recently closed the 2 loans with them, or excuse me, recorded 2 leases with them during the interim. So we are working through the process, trying to make it easier.
So these are all new developments that have been
Yeah.
occurred recently, so weren't available 2 years ago.
Thank you.
Okay, so mahalo. Be patient. I think you wanna. Yeah, so commissioners, with your indulgence, we'll do a working lunch. Get through the agenda, okay? Thank you. Okay, the next 2 that we're gonna bring up are for information only, and Kaipo just handed him this morning. So bear with him. I think I'm gonna tackle most of it. Go ahead, Kaipo. F6. F6. You have them in your folder, they were late.
Aloha, Chair. I was just texted that Kahana is on his way from Nanakuli, just to let you guys know.
Let's just do these. Okay.
Talk slow.
Item number F6.
I'll be very upfront with you. These are merely meant to plant seeds with the commission after I'm gone. So not a lot of big discussion, but just to put these things in your mind as informational. Go
Item
ahead.
number F6, for information only, geothermal investigation exploration at Humu'ula, Hawaii Island, various TMKs.
Okay, and then you have the TMKs they're attached. You also have some last minute, or you should have some last minute correspondence with the Senate in terms of the opportunity to use parts of the $600 million. I only introduced this to the commission because
Chair, I'll move to consider.
okay. No need, just
It's
information.
for the information.
Yeah, so there's information from the Senate president that says that was the intent. The only other sort of ask I will make is it is a potential source of revenue that's independent of the legislature. So if we're able to find or prove the source at Humu'ula, we get 100% of the revenue. And depending upon how far and how much can be sold, it could be a significant source of income for the department going forward. Okay, so I just wanted to plant that seed, and perhaps, the next chair will take it up. And then, or if the commission has desire to ask the next chair to take it up.
Is Craig on today?
No,
So I read through the, I guess his opinion. So am I correct that the conclusion that, the use of these funds to generate revenues that go toward relieving the wait list, that's not exclusive to geothermal?
I don't believe that it would.
Okay.
So this also opens other possibilities for the commission to consider.
But I think what you're saying is geothermal is a big one because we get 100%.
Yes, and it is, and because of the due diligence that's been done by the University of Hawaii, there's a high probability of either heat, steam, or fresh water, which would be equally valuable at Humu'ula.
Well, I'd be interested to hear Commissioner to my right's thoughts on that. considering
Good.
He's in the industry.
That's a good question. Commissioner.
No, so I think this is a great opportunity. And like you mentioned, Chair, the university has done some preliminary studies. Professor Don Thomas, he was commissioned to look for water for Pohakuloa training area. And so he actually drilled 2 water wells. And in the process, discovered that there's some heat in the areas that he's at. And yeah, the upside to this is even if there's not geothermal, there's perhaps water and Humu'ula. I mean, that's a critical infrastructure portion. There's already power lines traversing the Saddle Road. So there's electricity there, but no water. As an example, I think the Pohakuloa training area, they spend millions of dollars annually hauling water up there. They have a small spring, but it's not enough. But I think that next to a casino, this is the greatest opportunity. This is not for a deputy. But seriously, this is, I mean, besides what Craig has in here, there's also Act 97 that reaffirmed that any development of geothermal on Hawaiian homelands, all of the revenues would go towards the department. And I can say, you know, from the experience I'm familiar with, you know, we can look at anywhere, depending on the size of a development, $5, $10, $15 million a year in royalties, lease payments. So I would fully support continuing the dialogue on this opportunity.
And then Chair, I wanted to just confirm, we had a presentation earlier in the year from a group that was proposing, and it was early in their proposal, but they wanted to put together kind of a investment hui, if you will, of folks to pursue geothermal development. And our participation would have been on our lands. This particular, you know, proposal, if you will, it may back into something like that, but not necessarily. This is independent of that.
Correct.
That proposal and that effort.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't want to like hog the mic, but I forgot one more thing. So I read the communications between our AG and Senator De La Cruz and the mention of $2 million. I know Senator De La Cruz passed a bill this past session for $500,000. Is that affiliated for the department to take the lead to use those funds?
It's actually separate. We went through an RFP process and selected someone to provide an investigation and recommendations to the department about geothermal. So it's related, but it's independent.
Right. So can we like be briefed on the folks that we have selected and what they plan to do, and so we are aware of what's going on?
Sure. I will ask Kahana if you can note maybe the next commission meeting for him to brief the commission on that.
But we've already issued an RFP for that.
We've already issued the RFP, yes. And we've already made a selection.
Okay.
So it's right now it's in the Attorney General's office, and it's one of 2 grant and aids that came to the department that we have to, the new chair has to apply, similar to the grants, right? The new chair has to apply to the new governor for the release of funds. Which I don't anticipate there'll be any problems other than just a slight delay. The other project was for the investigative report on the gorse. So that will come up, and I'll ask Kahana to provide. That one, we entered into an MOA with the county of Hawaii and an ROE for, but the ROE is actually for due diligence, but they're planning to partner with a rancher that has a homestead lease in the area. So to be continued, but just opportunities that I think hopefully the new chair will help you guys explore.
Kaipo, great presentation. Mahalo.
He got that call this morning and I said, hey, before the commission meeting, 5 minutes, come talk to me. Guess what? You're presenting, okay? So that was for informational only. Is there anyone wishing to testify on this agenda item? Okay, let's go. F7.
F7, for information only, sale of and or land exchange, Waimanalo, Oahu, TMK number 141-14-7.
Okay, here's another seed that's being planted. We have the cliffs of Waimanalo. And we've had an informal request for a long-term disposition for cemetery-like purposes. However, after talking with the AGs, there is no way that we can give a 65-year lease or consider giving a 65-year lease to someone for perpetual internment. So the idea would be continued exploration of either a land swap or sale, depending on the category of land. The research is continuing. But we're never going to use that land, the cliffs of Waimanalo. So the idea is to introduce opportunities, potential opportunities in the future, since there are people that are interested in it, but it has to be for perpetual use.
Where is this parcel? That dock that's shown in the picture, that's Baby Makapo, or whatever they call it. Is that
No, it's the entire TMK. It's the blue line.
No, but that's the Marine Institute dock right there.
Yeah, at the pier, yeah.
Oh, where is it? Yeah. So that's
the
Makai
pier.
Pier. You see Makai Pier?
Yeah, and then on the top left of the picture, that park, that's the Shriners area or whatever in Waimanalo.
I think that's where the ex-president.
Yeah,
is planning.
Obama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
So what is over there now? Nothing.
nothing.
Kuiwi.
Nothing.
Dumping and homeless that we have to.
Well, where is
Yeah.
there's like a ranch someplace over here, like
Used to be Korea Ranch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's this.
that's
It's
this.
part of it. But
Yes.
it's also all the way up to the tip of the mountaintop.
But that flat area on the bottom is where Korea Ranch used to be.
Yes.
Yes.
So if
Chair.
there are no
Chair,
further questions, I will
I,
ask. There's commission. Yes, Zach.
yeah, thanks, Chair. When you say land exchange, are you talking about within Waimanalo? If there is any land exchange?
We're talking about potentially land exchange with the Department of Land and Natural Resources, or perhaps a land exchange with the group that has expressed an interest. They could perhaps purchase land and exchange that land, or be considered for exchange of land with the department for this parcel.
In Waimanalo?
No, it could be anywhere on Oahu.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Zach.
William,
Yes, Randy.
any divulge who has an interest in this Aina?
I think it's Robbie Cabral and her group.
For what purpose?
They would like to build a cemetery there.
Oh, but we cannot, right? You said the AG's.
Well, we cannot give a general lease to somebody for 65 years, have them reinter people. And then at the end of 65 years, go, okay, thank you for your lease, take all your people out.
Yeah, yeah. What is the access up to this property?
The
Who has
access,
the easement for that?
there's no easement. There's actually a road that goes up to what used to be Korea Ranch.
Oh, okay. Got
And
it.
then any other access would be along, it's like Kalamiana Ole Highway.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm sure once these discussions occur, there may be other folks interested in the parcel too, so.
So
You
Chair,
mentioned hillside, that's why it's not suitable for homestead development because of
That-
rockfall,
yes.
all that kind of
Yes, slope issues.
concerns. Okay.
so Chair, does DLNR have any more lands in Waimanalo other than these lands that we wanna?
Gotta talk to Bumpy.
To my knowledge, Zach, no, because we, in Act 14, we exchanged lands with them, and that was the final lands that they had in their inventory that was available.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I do know that there's one person waiting to testify. Antihome? And there's no action on this, so. There you go. Aloha.
Aloha. Ikalamai, aloha Chair Ayla, members of the commission, and all who are present here and those who are listening. Aloha mai kako. Chair Ayla, I wanted to take this opportunity and mahalo to the commissioners for allowing me this opportunity. I wish I could be there in person, but ma'io. So Chair Ayla, mahalo. No ko ho'omanawanui anamaia'u. Your calm and grace have tempered my sense of urgency and need for action during many of our conversations, whether serving all of our beneficiaries or issues related to Malu'ai. As you step into your next phase of Keaku's plan for you, I will think of you at Ku'ilio o Loa. Me ka mahalo piha. Commissioners, your work and that of department staff in response to Act 279 was not a game, as the advertiser in Sunday's Our View article implied. Our beneficiaries are not pawns in the game. They are not part of a game plan. Their dreams of home ownership in our Pai'aina is real. You have worked very hard, made difficult, realistic, and manageable decisions. As this year comes to a close, we enter the new year with a new administration, who I hope will honor your work. And I'm confident that you will continue to holomoa with fortitude, commitment, and kina ole in serving our beneficiaries. To each of you, mahalo piha. I would like to take this opportunity to just briefly let you know what's going on in our homestead. We're still waiting for a report.
Excuse me, Antihome.
Yes.
I just want to make one correction, because I thought you were testifying on public testimony, but since you're a quarter way through your J agenda item, please continue.
Oh, kalamaia'u. So I just wanted to give you a briefing, but with having heard you say that, as I listened to you speak about the opportunity for Waianae Valley Homestead Association, and I know you've already voted on it. I think about how difficult the road was for us in Kapolei in obtaining land for commercial and for community use. And so I mahalo all of you for considering their requests to exercise Section 2015 and Section 207C1 in the Hawaiian Homes Commissions Act. With that being said, I know that they will do what they need to do. And my next ask of this commission and in the new administration is for the department. It's apparent, listening to the conversations here, including the lady and her son in Ka'ulokahai, for the departments to really consider doing puvalos again, because that really helped a lot of our homestead associations with the training and the information provided at the puvalos, for you to be able to provide this kind of training for all of our homestead associations that can be taken back to our beneficiaries, whether it's for homestead association work or as this family is trying to build their home in Ka'ulokahai. So I don't want to go all over the place, but I just wanted to let you know that we are moving forward in our projects in Maluahai and in Kapolei, and we thank you all, the commission and department staff, for your support. And hopefully I'll be able to attend a HHC meeting in person soon. But in the meantime, I wish all of you and your ohana happy holidays and just be healthy and safe. Mahalo.
Thank you, Auntie Home. Did you get to say everything you wanted to do on your J agenda testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Questions for Auntie Home, if any? None? Okay, Auntie Home, thank you very, very much. We wish you the best of holidays and we wish you great health. So get better because you're needed in the community some more.
Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Mahalo. Happy holidays.
Hello, Auntie.
Is
Mahalo.
there anyone wishing to provide testimony on J2? Michael? Online? Nope. No, so. Commissioners, I'm gonna excuse Kaipo, who did an admirable job of sitting in at the last minute and allowing me to help him present. Thank you, Kaipo.
Mahalo, Kaipo.
Let Kahana know that agenda items are done and that he's welcome to join us, but if he wants to get back to work, that's also fine.
Okay. Okay, I'll let him know. Thank you.
Hello, Kaipo.
Okay, commissioners, do we need a break before we continue with the J agenda? Okay, so all those J agenda requestees, we're gonna take a 10-minute break and then come back and finish the J agenda, okay? We are in recess.
Oh, okay. I had
Okay, aloha Bo. Can you turn on your camera, Bo, and say something? There you
aloha.
go. Aloha.
Are we on the J agenda?
We are on the J agenda. It's your time.
I appreciate it. I think I'm gonna defer any more further testimony. I think the testimony I presented both on the record this morning as well as my written testimony, I think would satisfy my appearance on F7. We are, however, for the record, my name is Bo Kahui. I'm with Laiapua CDC. And just to summarize G7, there isn't enough water in Kona, even with the MOU with KS. We'd encourage the department as Laiapua CDC, the department seek other sources in order to fulfill its mission to provide affordable housing to Native Hawaiians, as well as to create economic development, economic opportunities for Native Hawaiians here in Kona. So with that said, we will be working with staff to bring other opportunities, water resource opportunities to the department, and with the hopes that we can support the department in its mission to deliver housing and other opportunities for our communities. Thank you.
Mahalo, Bo. We are always appreciative of your creative efforts to provide us with opportunities to consider. So thank you very, very much. Happy holidays to you. Be safe.
Likewise to yourself and the commission. Melikilikima.
Melikilikima. Anyone wanting to testify on agenda item J3? Okay, seeing none, we'll go back to J1. Is she back online? Okay. Kekoa?
Aloha.
Aloha.
So this is Kikoa Inamoto from Maui.
Okay, we can
Aloha.
see you now.
Okay. Yes, first of all, our Commission Chair, William Aila, I would like to thank you on behalf of our Maui and Lanai beneficiaries for your hanamai ka'i with the Hawaiian Homes Commission. And I would like to wish aloha kalikimaka ya oko. Today, I would like to discuss my efforts to contact and advise those on the November 19 list of approximately 116 deceased Hawaiian Homelands waitlisters who died without successor beneficiaries. So I have spent time reaching out via email to my friends, classmates, and associates with the same surname as those on the list. And one of the people I contacted was Maui Kumuhula Hokulani Holt, whose mother, Leana Long Woodside, passed away without having named a successor beneficiary. I advised Kumuhula Hokulani on steps to take in order to transfer her own Paukokalo lease to an offspring and to take her mom's place on the wait list. In the context of this scenario, I reached out to DHHL staff to discern the number in the past 12 months of deceased waitlisters with successor beneficiaries who have died on the list. And I have extrapolated DHHL data to determine the number of beneficiaries who were removed from the waitlist and onto the homelands, with the goal of comparing these two numbers, that is, those who got onto homesteads with those who died on the wait list in the past year. My cursory research revealed that a total of 468 waitlisters may have gone off the wait list and onto homelands, compared to the 116 who died without successor beneficiaries and a heretofore undetermined number of deceased waitlisters with successor beneficiaries. This means that 1% of those on the wait list may have made it onto homelands in the last year. At this rate, with 802 coming onto the wait list in a year and 468 moving off the wait list in that same time and onto trust lands, I welcome DHHL Director nominee Ikaika Anderson's expressed intent to prioritize getting beneficiaries onto Hawaiian homelands. I also would like to reiterate my support for, one, the need for all waitlisters, most of whom have languished on the waitlist for decades, to receive undivided interest status, so their successor beneficiaries of 25% Hawaiian blood quantum may succeed to the waitlist. And secondly, my support for the Kuleana Awards program in order to expedite getting beneficiaries off the waitlist and onto homelands. Let us beneficiaries exercise our sovereignty. Let us organize and manage our own trust lands. In conclusion, I note an estimated 468 waitlisters may have gone off the waitlist and onto the homelands in the past 12 months, while 802 new names were added to waitlists in the same period. To ensure that our longtime waitlisters and their 25% successor beneficiaries are assured homestead leases, I, as Maui Luna Imo County Council President at Pa'upena Community Development Corporation Chairwoman, urge the Commission, one, to give undivided interest status to all waitlisters, and two, to award as much trust lands as feasible on a Kuleana basis to the nearly 50,000 on the Hawaiian Homes waitlists. Mahalo.
Thank you very, very much. Questions,
Mele
commissioners?
Kulimaka.
No questions. We wish you the very merriest of Christmases and happy holidays, and thank you for
Yes.
your efforts.
Malama. Mahalo.
Is there anyone wishing to testify on agenda item J1? Online, nobody? Okay. Thank you, Kekoa.
Aloha.
Mahalo for all of your efforts.
Mahalo.
Debbie? Okay. Debbie Mahuna, J4, Pu'unani Homestead Association. Okay, we'll come back and ask again. Blossom Patera. Hey, Blossom.
Hi, aloha, Mr. Chair. It seems that as many times as I've done this, I still can't figure out how to get online in a timely manner.
You're not alone.
Aloha, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Mahalo for the opportunity to speak on several issues or concerns. One of the things that I had in listening to Waianae's presentation, I seem to recall a conversation surrounding the establishment of land for cemeteries across the Pai'aina from back in 2002 when we started talking about the first general plan for the department. And that conversation continues to permeate associations to this day. I think that, the primary reason for this conversation is a desire by our beneficiaries to have a place where their kupuna or people in the homestead have a final resting place that is close to their family. One of the things that we had always talked about is from birth to death, from when we're born and where we were going to lay our head in our final resting place. We continue to malama these places because we firmly believe that the mana of our ancestors continue to exist for us to partake in when we need. To have our kupuna be put to bed in a place far away from us can be difficult for us to maintain that continued attachment. And so while I understand that the priority of the department is to develop lots for homesteading, I also asked this commission to consider as we move forward with this wonderful plan that your staff has put together for the 600 mil, that we also consider setting aside a small piece of land within the community to be able to serve as a final resting place of our homesteaders. I am in strong support of Waianae's plan going forward, and I think that they would be the best test case to determine whether or not something like this is going to work. And so I asked humbly for this commission when they come back for their land use disposition, that you consider this and help them and assist them in their due diligence attempts. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is, once again, the strategic plan. I think that I cannot commend the department and you, Mr. Chair, enough, and this commission for being very bold in developing this plan and putting it forth. I know that there are concerns in our beneficiary community about the Shah's presentation. I find it interesting that when I took a look at their plan, they have very similar points. I'm not sure whether or not their plan is better than ours, but I do know that as a result of the hard work of your department and the consultation that they've taken place on this plan, provides for the support from the beneficiary community, particularly those that are on a wait list. And so I want to continue to applaud the department and put forth the knowledge that you have beneficiaries that are on a wait list that are in strong support of this plan moving forward. And finally, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to share with you, when I first started getting involved with DHHL, my first chair was Georgina Patakin. And my first commissioner was Clarence Kamai. You are my 10th chair, Mr. Chair. Brandy Awo is my 7th commissioner. And so I want to just say to you, sir, that you have done so much for beneficiaries and the department. And I want to thank you for that during your time. You fixed our land use disposition issues. You have supported your staff in the development of an amazing plan to put our people on the land. You have taken the bold stand of having the department take a serious look at climate change and how it's going to affect our people, putting in place process like Hono Iakea, taking control of our forests and our watersheds by deploying a plan for ungulate management, and finally, pushing forth on your commitment to our culture and our practices. I cannot say enough for the things that you have done for us, and so I want to mahalo you for that. And in closing, I want to wish all of you, commission and staff, a most happy and blessed holidays. I look forward to next year, where we can have more detailed discussions on what the department is going to be planning to do. So mahalo for the opportunity.
Thank you, Blossom. Before I open for questions, I do want to mahalo you and say that it has been a privilege to serve here. Commissioners, questions? Comments?
I have a question.
Yes.
Blossom, I think I heard you say, the Shaw plan has similarities to our plan. Is that what I heard you say?
That is correct, Mr. Commissioner. One of the things and their priorities in the plan is to acquire developable lands. And that caught my eye because, you know, the department has been working on that strategy for the past 5 years, and they have been relatively successful. And so, you know, given the fact that it is also included in the strategic plan moving forward for the department, I was a little surprised to find that bit in the Shaw's plan as well.
Okay. So is that one similarity or are there other similarities within the plan?
Well, you know, the other one is that their idea about beneficiary services. And we had talked a little bit about this mission a few months ago. And their priority is down payment assistance and some counseling, which, as you know, I firmly agree with, but kind of light on the details a little bit in terms of deployment. I'm not sure whether or not they've had conversations with developers with land that they're willing to sell to the department for development. So, you know, and my thing is, Mr. Commissioner, is that over the past 8 months since this bill came out to be, since 2511 hit the press, the department, in consultation with beneficiaries and homestead leaders, have worked really hard to develop a plan that everybody can agree with and make a commitment to support. And I think for me personally, having invested so much time with the department in helping beneficiaries, I'm putting my support, continue to put my support behind the department's strategic plan moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Blossom. Yeah, and I asked those questions because I do think moving forward, it's important we look at what are the similarities, where's the common ground on how we move forward together, if that's possible. What we cannot do and what we cannot afford to do is to get into situations that delay the process because we're on a very strict timeline. So
I agree.
Thank you.
Mahalo, Randy, for asking that question. Any other commissioners? Questions? Not a question, but a statement. That is the current plan that was submitted to the legislature is not the ILA Gomes plan. It is the commission's plan. And I'm fairly sure that the legislature will understand that that is where the jurisdiction or the authority comes from, and that any changes that are proposed to that plan, and we've left it flexible for good suggestions, is going to have to be approved by this commission. So I just want to state that for the record, and I mahalo for you for a lifetime of work on behalf of beneficiaries. I look forward to perhaps visiting Kahiki Nui in the future when I'm not shackled by this position. And so then I can tell you how I really feel. Okay?
I would love to have that conversation with you.
So is anyone wishing to testify on agenda item J5? Nope. Okay, mahalo nui. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas.
Same to you, everybody.
Be safe.
Mahalo, awesome. Aloha.
Aloha.
Okay, aloha, Debbie Mahuna. Are you online? Okay, we'll come back. J6, Simeon Butch Ramos. Online? No, okay, we'll come back and ask again. Kawilani Alameda? Almedia? Alamite? Online? Okay. Kyo Mailani Hirata. Uwalapue. Aloha.
Aloha, hi, aloha kapo.
Aloha.
I think Leah, I have a presentation. An online presentation, not sure.
We have to share screen.
Yes. Is it on? Sorry, is the screen on though?
Not yet, we're still. Okay, you have permission, so do what you need to do on your side. So open up your presentation is the technical advice that I've been advised to give you.
Yeah,
By the way, I may sound like I know what I'm doing, but I don't.
yeah, same here. Okay.
Green arrow on the bottom.
Green arrow on the bottom. Column I am not tech savvy.
Okay, hold on, we're gonna try something else.
Okay.
Luckily, we have two technical crews here. One is the commission chair. She's gonna. We don't pay you enough, Leah. We're working on it. Okay, can you see it on your screen?
Can you guys see it? It's telling me in the green box that I am screen sharing.
There you go.
Yeah, you guys can see it?
We can.
Okay, so aloha kako, chair and DHHL commissioners, mahalo for allowing me to address the commission. O wao kia mailani hanapi hirata. I'm here to testify or to share manao about and present on the to you folks about the Kuleana, Ualupu'e Kuleana project here on Molokai. And first and foremost, as a Kanaka Iwi of Molokai, I am not against our anybody from DHHL and beneficiaries or DHHL waitlisters from getting back and reconnected to the AINA. So anyway, I just wanted to jump right in. So my manao is to stop the Ualupu'e Kuleana project. Whether you folks are aware or not of what's happening in East Molokai, I think that the commission, it's important for you guys to hear from the generational families and the Kuleana descendants of Manae that surrounds Ualupu'e, the lands that you folks hold. Just a brief history. These slides here, I sent a PDF to Leah and she can email it to you folks later. Anyway, just a brief history about what's happening. Between 2018 and 2019, DHHL went through the process of updating the Molokai Island Plan. This is a beneficiary process and not open to the public. I am not a beneficiary at all. I'm not on wait list, anything. So I wasn't privileged to that portion of it. Through that process, Ualupu'e was prioritized as #1, is my understanding of it. Following that adoption into the Molokai Regional Plan update, you guys started the process with the beneficiaries and Ahonui, the Homesteaders Association. Doing beneficiary consultation, community members requested, that the discussion be open to the wider community. Once community meetings were initiated and non-DHHL Hawaiians and residents were allowed to participate, concerns and opposition have been consistently raised regarding the impacts that this project will have on an existing community and the Aina itself. There is also, know that DHHL owns about 412 acres in Ualupu'e. Currently proposing use of about 58 acres for the development. Supposedly it's 32 1-acre lots, 11 acres for community use space. That was presented in the last meeting that you folks held. All in these slides, all the pictures that I'm gonna present, it has been taken directly from DHHL and the G70 presentation materials. So I didn't use any of my own. In this part, the significance of this area, the Hoku Kano or the Ualupu'e complex is located on the southeast side of Molokai in the Kona district. In fact, the district of Kona contains more heiau and more fish ponds than any other comparable area in the entire archipelago. The DHHL lands being considered for the Kuleana project is located within and is part of the Hoku Kano religious complex, which consists of 7 major heiaus: Kukui, Pu'u Olelo, Kalua Kapi'i Oho, Hoku Kano Pakui, Kalaona Kukui, and Ili Ili Opai. Adjacent to the temple complex are 2 fish ponds, Keawanui and Ualupu'e. The culture and historical sites within the project area are not separate from this spiritual complex, and they are a part of the complex. This is a miles-long cultural and archaeological landscape. Testimony from Uncle Earl Kawa'a says that there are night marcher trails in the project area. Testimony from Malia Akutagawa speaks to people becoming pupule after entering the area. Numerous testimonies from Manae community who utilize the project area for spiritual and cultural practices. In East Molokai, because we are predominantly Kuleana descendants and landowners, the generational knowledge that has been passed on to us as the next generations that come forward is very different than other places. And not to say that our Kanaka Maoli and our people that we separate or we different in any which we are formed, but the responsibility of what it means to Aloha Aina and that our Aina is our kupuna and our ancestor is very important for us. So we are born with Kuleana to carry on and to protect our Ainas because that is our kupunas. They are our tutus, they are our ancestors. So it is important for the department to recognize that Ualupu'e is special and sits in a very special place amongst the people who are the Kia'is for the eastern of Molokai. One of the biggest issues that I am a part of is water. In 2022, DHHL requested a water reservation from Seaworm for an allocation of 800,000 gallons per day, while the county of Maui only pumps around 350,000 per day to service the entire Manae community, frequently exceeding their permitted daily allocation. The proposed DHHL Kuleana development sits directly above the Ualupu'e well. The activities that occur on this site as a result of installing agriculture and residential uses such as fertilizers, petroleum leaks, spills, whatever it is, chemicals, sewage, have the potential to cause significant and irreparable damages to our water source, our one and only water source that feeds the whole east end of Molokai. Remember that. So where will our leases get enough water to sustain a sustainable agriculture and possibly residents? And who realistically is going to pay for all of this? Is DHHL going to pay for it? Who will oversee the acquisition to ensure it is not being sourced illegally? Of course, why would DHHL reserve water for a project they continuously say they are not responsible for providing water for? DHHL has been clear to say they only provide an initial road access and meets and bounds of the lots They do not provide water. So I am concerned that you folks went in front of the Seaworm back in March of 2022 and asked to reserve water, more water than our East End people use. That is very alarming and concerning to us. That reservation that DHHL requested is more than twice the amount that the County of Maui uses to service the entire area. Our community in East Molokai, we are very protective and concerned about our water resources. You folks may say it's, you know, resources. We call it our tutus, we call them our kupunas. And we have to be mindful of what it means to Malama that kuleana and to Awamo that kuleana. Let's see. Okay, so moving on to the next slide for water. Despite not providing enough water, DHHL entertains potential water options without addressing the feasibility impacts or resources needed to actually carry them out. This pretty much talks for itself. You guys gave a slide, potential water options. I believe DHHL along with G70, and then it lists all the various water sources that are under consideration for this proposed project. In the areas around here, of course, you guys will have, this will also be attached to the meeting minutes. So other people who are on here can access these meeting minutes and see this presentation in a PDF format. So anyway, yes, again, very concerning when it comes to water, and water is life, and we all know that. So pretty self-explanatory on this one. I'll move on to the next slide. Erosion. This is another huge issue on the east end of Molokai. This picture was taken, I believe, by G70 during one of their walkthroughs of the area. In this one, you know, one of the suggestions from G70 was to divert the flood water into the gulches. Channeling flood water into the gulch would possibly increase flooding impacts to private properties downstream, which would overwhelm the natural capacity of the streams and cause more silt and runoff to reach the ocean. The plans put forth by G70 engineers mentions culverts and swells and several other possible land modifications and infrastructure installations to alleviate erosion and runoff. But again, DHHL is not providing infrastructure. So that cost and responsibility is handed off to the lessees. Considering the steep slope of the mountain and most areas would have to be heavily modified through grubbing and grading to accommodate farming and living. The Mauka Ualapu'e area is already prone to erosion. Further disturbance through bulldozing and land clearing, the significant increase in vehicular traffic up the mountain and the new agricultural use of the mountain slide will likely increase the rate of erosion. Increased erosion runoff from the Mauka will end up in Makai. We know that. Whatever happens, Mauka will end up in Makai. Further impacting the health of the ecosystems, our fish, our limu, and other species that live in that area and live in all those realms. My next slide, these are again, pictures and slides from G70, from also Keha Watson, who I think did the pedestrian survey track. So this kind of shows like a snapshot of what is the proposed areas and the lots that you folks want, you know, and how the development looks like. I'm gonna move on to the next slide real fast. So we have historical sites that were identified, and you can see all the numbers there. I think there was like about 96. I may be mistaken, but there's a significant amount of cultural and historical sites up there in that area, almost all over. And that's what we're talking about. Well, that's what I'm talking about, is preserving, and what does it mean when we start to take too much from our aina and we start to take too much from our culture and our history, we start to lose ourselves as Kanaka Maoli. How that to keep continuing to happen. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. I would consider suggesting that they have the archaeologists return to do more of a complete survey in all of the areas proposed for development that were not originally covered. Okay, moving on to my next slide. So this is another picture that was presented at one of your folks' meetings. It's supposed to be Mauka looking down towards Makai area. This is one totally unrealistic expectation. Unbelievably unrealistic expectation. Ualapu'e is not flat. Mauka side is not flat at all. Rather, it is a steep, mountainous terrain. To attain a any kind of resemblance to what this is being presented by G70 would not only require the complete destruction of our mauna, but would require millions, if not tens of millions of dollars to invest, and likely the installation of a new water well. I just, gonna leave this here for, it's very misleading to our people when they do presentations like this, because that aina is not flat. Moving on to my next slide. So this one is just another one, again, pictures used from G70 and DHHL's presentation to our community. This depicts, this depiction does show contour lines, but still appears flatter than actual conditions. To achieve what is being presented would require significant upfront and ongoing investments. And I don't know by who. If it's the department, the lessees, that's completely not clear. Moving on to my next slide. So in this, this is what has been shared to our community. And I also want to make something clear. And your folks' October meeting, there was only one person that came from the Department of Hawaiian Homelands that came with G70 and Keha Watson's team to do a presentation in Kilohana Rec Center and in the Ahupua of Ualapu'e. You know that 107 people showed up, 107. That is unprecedented for East Molokai. And only one representative from the Department of Hawaiian Homelands showed up, Andrew Choi. You know what? I mahalo him. And I told him that at the airport when I seen him the next day. He was brave to come to that meeting and be the only person to represent DHHL. The other people there, the other 7 people in the room, were all contractors. And a lot of people, they're for it, against the project, unsure, but collectively, everybody showed up to that meeting because they wanted to hear from the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and gather information, be allowed to ask questions and to share in this process. That was huge. And that is huge for our community as a whole. So I wanted to just make that clear. Anyway, during this process, DHHL representatives has basically said DHHL will not take responsibility for water contamination caused by lessees. DHHL will not take responsibility for injury, deaths, or property damage caused to neighboring properties as a result of this project. DHHL will not be responsible for providing water, sewer, power, or infrastructure to lessees of this project. DHHL will not be responsible for maintaining access roads. DHHL will not be responsible for social, environmental, and cultural impacts that will be inflicted upon our existing community in Ualapu'e. That is huge. My next slide, impacts to the existing community, which we already know. Another beautiful, bright picture by G70 and DHHL presented to our community, unrealistic picture. Impacts to existing community, unknowns of the development, what issues will become apart, what happened because of this development, issues with integration into existing community, impacts to the infrastructure and existing roads. Project, as presented, proposes a subdivision. You folks are not even being mindful of the emotional impact on both sides, the spiritual connection, and the destruction to our culture.
Akio Mailani, excuse me.
Yes.
Okay, can I ask you to wrap it up because you've already exceeded the time frame?
Sure. So, in closing, I'll be fast. There's an existing Native Hawaiian community in that area of Ualapu'e and Mana'e. that already has deep and generational spiritual and ancestral connections to this Aina. With this project being installed in a new, you're like pretty much putting a new community on top of an existing generational Native Hawaiian community. And with that will come conflict. So in closing, our next steps, we're gonna continue to do community outreach and engagement with you folks as the DHHL commissioners, make you folks aware of where we stand in East Molokai. You know, and if the project moves forward, there's a huge movement in Manae where people want to protest against the Department of Hawaiian Homeland, specifically because of this DHHL Ualapu'e proposed project that you folks are doing. I really encourage you folks to pay attention to what's happening in East Molokai. Our people, like I said, we connected to the Aina. This is our Aina, this is our kupuna. And again, we are not, neither am I, against any of our Kanakao Iwi getting back onto the, we want that and we welcome that. Anyway, thank you very much and mahalo, lono ika makaiki.
Okay, mahalo, Lonika Makaiki.
Mahalo.
I just wanna, quick clarifications. Your commissioner was actually there at that meeting along with Andrew. So I wanna state that. for
Yes,
the
he
record.
was, but Commissioner left early. So
Okay,
was
thank
there,
you.
he sat in the crowd. So no disrespect to Commissioner Helm. We aloha him 100%, but he sat in the crowd. He was not introduced to the community and he left the meeting early. And so we are unsure if he was there as a commissioner in his capacity. He was acknowledged briefly by Keha Watson. She did because she seen him in the audience. But I just wanted to make that clear. Mahalo.
No, I appreciate that. I think there's one public testimony. Yep.
Aloha Commissioners, Laurie Buchanan, Molokai. I wanted to mahalo Keo Mailani for her presentation. I did want to support her presentation. I also wanted to, for the record, to say that Keo is one of our representatives on the Molokai Burial Council. And I appreciate the next generation stepping up. Because a wise person once told me who I was mentoring. And I didn't think about that until that person had mentioned it. And from that day till now, I have tried to mentor the next generation. I admit I did encourage a group from Molokai consisting of Keo and other members of the Mana'i community to make this presentation today to the commission, because I attended a really heartbreaking presentation by the Ho'olihua then president, not president now, but Kilia Purdy of Elino, who had come to this commission expressing disappointment in having a Ho'olihua Veteran Cemetery taking up space away from the only recreational park in all of Ho'olihua. And I saw then that the commissioners had expressed disappointment in how did we get here? How did we end up to the point where very valuable parkland that serviced all of the Homestead Association in Ho'olihua, all of beneficiaries, how did we get to the point where these lands were taken away and other lands were not made available for the same purpose? And so in Ho'olihua, where the lands were taken away, there's basically no place for the kids to play sports now. If you're on homesteader, you gotta go to the school, or you gotta go to Kanakakai, you gotta go somewhere. And the chair did inform commissioners that it was basically too late for Grumble, too late. Awards were made, procurement was made, they were breaking ground, and you know, it was a too late, too much, too little bit, too late, like the song says. So I encourage the girls who have been following the Ualapui project for quite some time to come forward now rather than later, while monies are being appropriated to Group 70 or whoever the department hires to do due diligence for these larger projects, to voice their concerns, to say, hey, I'm from the community, this is what's going on the ground. I would like to testify that I agree with the testifier that the tract of land chosen for this Kuleana land project is pretty unsuitable. Having worked in conservation for over 25 years, having done restoration work on Kaho'olawe in hard areas, I can state for the record that portions of this development do occur in hard pan areas. And I know personally how expensive it is to do remediation of soils when you don't have the topsoil and all you have is hard pan. Along with that is much pohaku. So if you go out there, you wouldn't think that unless there was heavy grading and grubbing for infrastructure, the suitability to support homesteading would be really difficult, pretty much unsuitable. However, it has been explained to the community that this would be a unique, and there we have the word again, a unique kind of project going off of what we saw in Kahikinui. And having just heard that the community in Kahikinui still is having akaka, still arguing about wanting to have infrastructure. And I saw this as kind of boxing beneficiaries, whoever would be so lucky to get parcels into a really perpetual state of having to try to live off the land, afford for maybe technical nano and microgrid type of structures, having to meet the unsuitable ways of trying to obtain water and the rest. And really boxing them into that really perpetual, long-standing, trying to not use the word poor. I'm trying to use the word, trying to not use the negative kind of connotations where I felt that if people who were awarded this, some might be maikai all good. And then some, even kupuna, wouldn't be able to meet what would be needed in order to make amends and remediation on unsuitable grounds. Pictures that Gil took from G70, there was laughter in the audience because of the really unreasonable dictations of how this like it can be. When the department just came out and said, we're not doing this, and that, we're not. But going to look like this when you call. So I'm just here to support in an early part of all of this development and due diligence to say that I support the hard work of these girls who really, they show up at the Commission on Water Working Resources when it came for allocations. They actually was smart enough to have the commission bifurcate the commission requests. The commission bifurcated out the request of DHHL water in Ualapui because of the intervention by this group. So that's it. I wanted to thank you guys all for listening. So next year when we come and G70 got $2 more million for go down the road, we're like, how did this happen? It's the Maka'ainana that is bringing this forward now. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mahalo. We have more public testimony. Faith Chase.
Aloha Commissioners, again, I would just like to take advantage of this Molokai item J8 to remind this body again that the restrictions listed by Kale Mailani's excellent presentation are unacceptable. And I repeat for the commissioners that will stay and the ones that are coming and the new administration certainly, who I want to believe might be taking notes and getting prepared to step into their roles, that having homesteaders restricting homesteaders from having infrastructure is illegal. It is an adhesion contract, and that is not what Prince Kuhio wanted to do in his act. And so I just need to repeat that again. The fact that a lawsuit hasn't been brought forward yet is actually astonishing to me. You have amazingly patient homesteaders, leaseholders, and waitlisters, but you need to remember this, that you have to provide the infrastructure for Kahiki Nui, as the Anake just mentioned, and for Ualapu'e. This is absolutely unacceptable. You cannot expect homesteaders to fend for themselves in these rural, water, barren, moisture stress, hydrophobic areas. I just needed to repeat that. And I also wanted to speak in strong support of J1 that was from NTK Koa and Emoto, reminding this body that Keokea is a blue ribbon homestead, and anything that is put forward by NTK Koa and Keokea Homestead, you should be in the light of setting an example for all the other homesteads moving forward. I appreciate your time for listening, and I really appreciate the presentation by Keo Mailani. Mahalo.
Okay. Mahalo. Ke koa ina moro?
Aloha.
Aloha.
So first of all, I want to thank Keo Mailani for her testimony. Oh, what a bright young woman. But I I would like to respond to her concerns. And before I do that, I want to say that for the past 2 months, the Maui Lanai Mokopuni Council, for which I am president, has been meeting in collaboration with the Molokai Mokopuni Council. So we are privileged to become a very, more knowledgeable and conversant about the issues that are facing our Molokai beneficiaries. And it's been really a valuable experience. And I want to thank Commissioner Helm and Commissioner Awo for attending those meetings with us. So the Molokai beneficiary leaders have been addressing things like climate change, the rising ocean, water quality, etc. And in answer to Keo Mailani's statements, her presentation, I myself, during her testimony, made a call to Malia Akutagawa, asking her to confirm that she said that people who go through this area or live in this area will become pupule. And I think that this kind of statement, I'm a journalist, a lifetime journalist, and I want to hear confirmation, a documentation that this was actually stated by Malia. And in any case, these kinds of statements generate fear. And I'm a big fan of the book Audacity of Hope, which is against fear mongering. And so many of the statements, and I say this with respect to Keo Mailani, words like contamination, that the department won't take responsibility for deaths, lack of infrastructure, roads, the existing community, conflict. These are all meant to instill fear. And I'm a homelands leader who looks for resolution and for solutions. So in answer to her concerns about water, I would say, let's let Molokai build a desalination plant. I mean, I'm just offering that as a solution. In answer to her concerns about erosion, let's consider the UN sponsored and supported World Conservation Strategy, these are strategies that take into consideration the ecology of an environment, and that's how you address things like erosion. In answer to her concern about all of the historic sites that have been identified, Let's let those sites live. Let's let people interact with them the way our kupuna did. In answer to her concerns about the G70 rendering, the general plan that has been approved by the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and the Hawaiian Homes Commission states that more than 50%.
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna ask you to wrap up. We have a hard stop at just after 2:00. We've got to go into contested case hearings. So those of you who have signed up, we will likely have to break for that contested cases and then come back.
Okay. In
Okay.
conclusion, I'd like to say this. The new general plan that's been approved by the Hawaiian Homes Commission states that more than 50% of our lands are unsuitable for homesteading. But our engineers build up the sides of mountains. They've turned Kihei, which was a desert, into a thriving resort area. It can be done. We can put our people on so-called unsuitable lands. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Aloha Lani and Blossom and Mahina, I'm gonna ask you to hold on. We are gonna have to shift over to the, looking at the time, yeah, it's 1:58, to the contested cases, and then ask the commission if they would be okay with coming back. Okay, I'm not sure that we're gonna be coming back, so I'm not sure how long the contested cases are gonna take, so I think in being a prudent commissioner chair at this point, I'm going to stop public testimony. The other J agenda items, I think we're going to have to carry over to the next commission meeting in January. I apologize. The contested cases are something that we have notified people, and we have a legal duty to provide the opportunity for them at a certain time. I see your hand sliding up, Commissioner. You have the last word. Hate to limit you, but if you could do it within a minute.
So are you saying that there's no time for more testimonies because it's time constraint?
I'm saying that I'm uncomfortable in telling people to hang on because I don't know how long the contested cases are going to take, and then other commissioners, I believe, have flights. So indirectly, Commissioner Elm, the answer is yes.
Okay.
Okay, and I apologize. We ran out of time. Okay, so I'm going to recess this meeting. And who knows, we could get through the contested cases really quick, but I'm not making any commitments. So we are in recess. I can't finish the agenda. We're gonna run out of time with the contested case. So the minutes, you have to do it. Okay, so we'll defer them the next one. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna stand in recess and then we'll do the contested cases. And if there's enough time, we'll come back. I can't promise you. If there is not enough time, then I will come back to adjourn the meeting. Okay. Recess. I'd like to ask either Randy or Dennis for a motion to reconsider discussion and approval of the January 19th and 20th, 2016, February 23rd, 2016, March 21st and 22nd, 2016 minutes. So can either one of you make a motion to reconsider?
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider what you stated, Chair.
Thank you. We need a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. So we have a second. So yesterday's vote was 4-1, so it didn't carry. We have additional commission members and votes at the table today. So the motion to reconsider, I'll ask for a vote because it's moved and seconded. And then Ryan, then we'll have to vote on the original motion, correct?
Correct. And just to correct the record, the vote was 4 ayes and 1 abstention, as well as the remainder absences. But to your question, yeah, first is the motion regarding reconsideration. And then once reconsideration is granted, if it is granted, then you vote on the motion.
Thank you, Ryan.
Can you restate what the original motion was to
Same
reconsider?
thing. The original motion was to adopt the minutes for these dates in 2016.
To adopt the minutes or to acknowledge the minutes?
What's the appropriate verbiage?
I believe, and Leah, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my notes say it was a motion to adopt.
Okay.
Or sorry, it was a motion to approve, sorry.
Approve, okay.
Yeah.
Approve. Okay, so the motion to reconsider, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Then may I have a motion to adopt the said minutes?
We're reconsidering the motion that was made yesterday, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we just
So
voted.
we need a new motion on that, or we're just reconsidering the motion and the second that was taken yesterday?
Here, can I vote? I wasn't here yesterday.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Zachary. You were also here yesterday, so.
I just want to know if I'm able to vote.
Okay, so Russell is asking a question of Ryan. I thought we just approved the motion to reconsider.
Correct.
Yeah, now it's the.
So you need a new motion and a new second for the reconsideration, or we're just going back to the vote on the reconsidered motion and second?
Yes, so the reconsidered motion is now on the floor.
You don't need a new motion,
No.
new second. That's my understanding too. We're reconsidering the motion that was made yesterday.
Now the motion on the floor is the original motion.
Okay, so.
So you
Are
call
you
for the
good?
vote
Okay,
unless there's further discussion, which I hope there's not.
see no further discussion. All those in favor of approving those minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much, Russell, for your parliamentarian expertise.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you have to, no problem. So we left off with 3 members of the public wishing to comment on agenda item J8.
Okay. Oh. Okay, I'm late.
Yes, but if you don't have to run and catch a plane.
No, we're good.
I gotta be late.
I got delayed.
Go
Okay.
to a private jet.
Okay.
Chair authorized.
Okay, so Blossom is not here. Is Aloha Lani Smith remaining online? Okay. Thank you for your patience, Aloha Lani.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Okay. Aloha ka co-chair and commissioners. I'm Aloha Lani Smith, a beneficiary. I want to mahalo Keo Mailani for her due diligence and presentation. My ohana is from Manae and Halava, sorry. And we have a home out there with EVs in the yard and a fish pond right in the backyard. But my kupuna too would also talk about times of the akulele, the fireballs, the huge mo'o that lives up in the mauna, and the mermaids that sing in the stream. So for them, it was common there, yeah. But what is concerning to me, and thank you for the time, is one, the lack of water and leaving the responsibilities to the beneficiaries isn't pono, especially for ag lots. This is setting our people up for failure just right out of the gate. I have family in Kahikinui and live next door. We live in Kaupo, so we too don't have water. So those who here has water, we share, but when drought season come, it's really hard. My husband and I raise cattle and deal with severe droughts every year, so we take a lot of losses, but it's a traditional practice and it helps with our firewise here in Kaupo. Number two, the erosion and the chemical runoff spells trouble for the fish ponds and the ecosystem. We know that, but also possible lawsuits for the landowners below. Number three, 90 plus cultural sites is only what the eyes can see. You know, what's under the lepo, what's under that dirt. There's more to this story in Ualapue. Number four, the kicker here is the disclaimers that DHHL will not take responsibility for. Those expressions shared is catastrophic for a beneficiary and their ohana. Number five, when I heard of the Ho'olehua's community park being taken and now a veteran cemetery or building, this is horrible for our people who are entitled through a beautiful trust that our Prince Kuhiu gave us. He intended us to benefit, not to struggle or fail. So I ask each commissioner to put yourself in a seat as if you were awarded a lot in this project. What would you have done differently to prosper and sustain yourself for future generations? Would you have used your rights to the water that is described in the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, which you guys know of, in sections 219, 220, 221. Number two, the Maui County Code, section 9, and Ordinance Code 140107 that states Native Hawaiian rights, water rights for that fact, and the Constitution of the State of Hawaii, Article 12, Section 7. So please, as a solution, use your power to exercise the rights to help our beneficiaries to get the water they deserve to prosper for generations to come. So thank you for your time in hearing my concerns on this. Mahalo.
Thank you, Aloha Lani. Any questions?
Just real quick, I want to confirm. So you're on Molokai, Walapue, you're not opposed to the development, but you're opposed to the department not providing water for the development.
The development is concerning too. I just don't have time to go into that one, but I mean, look at all those sites and everything. For like Waiahuli, people live there, but they got to live around these particular sites, yeah? So they're using up their lands for these sites as well. But
So are you testifying against any homestead development in Walapue?
no, if it's good for the people, I support
Okay.
that. Yeah,
Just has to be done right, is what you're saying.
yeah, yes.
Mahalo.
Thank
Thank you, Russell. Mahina Poi Poi.
Aloha. Thank you for coming back on and allowing us to finish our testimony. Mahalo, Chair and Commissioners, for the opportunity, and Uncle Zach for committing to this voluntary service. And I wanted to apologize as well. I've been meaning to reach out and talk story, but you know, after being elected, things have just moved so fast, but I'll do better at that, I promise. So my name is Mahina Poi Poi, District 13 House Representative, newly elected. But I've been involved in this issue for more than a year prior to the election. And I continue with advocacy today, supporting the presentation given by Keomailani Hirata regarding the Walapui project. There are more than a few in opposition in the Mana'i community, again, predominantly generational Native Hawaiian community opposed to this project. There are also waitlisters and beneficiaries who are not in support of this project. And I think in the coming months, we'll be working to try to get those voices better heard and presented to you folks. Again, this is not about waitlisters, being against waitlisters or DHHL. It's really about protecting and advocating and giving rise to the voices of all Native Hawaiians for Aina, for natural resources, for our cultural heritage. I'm very supportive of DHHL's purpose and mission and relieving the wait list, but this is also about taking a critical look and an objective analysis of what is actually best for waitlisters when we're talking about this Ualupu'e project. Yes, it was prioritized as #1 in the regional plan update, but I would bet that if you were to go back now and ask all those who prioritized, who voted for this project, knowing what they know today and the community's sentiment toward it, I think you would get a different result. I think it would have been more appropriate to prioritize it more broadly, such as explore the feasibility of a Kuleana project on Molokai and not to solely focus on Ualupu'e. I think this would have allowed the flexibility to review all DHHL holdings to select a property that could provide maximum benefit and a higher probability of success, possibly at a lower cost and at a site that could be accepted by the wider community. Something I wanted to point out that in the slides is if you look at the lots proposed, they appear to be in areas that were not covered by the ARC survey, or at least by the blue lines that demonstrate where the people doing the survey had walked. So I do think it's incomplete and that should be revisited. I was alarmed to hear representations made that Uncle Walter Riddy is in support of this project. I called him right after and talked to him for a few minutes to clarify his position. He gave me permission to share the following. He said that while he is supportive of getting people on the land without requiring infrastructure, he doesn't support the plan they have for Ualupu'e. And there are sentiments from him shared in some of the meeting minutes from the community meetings. Also, the Ike about people and from testimony from Malia Akutagawa about people entering the area and coming out Pupule. That's common knowledge in Manae. Everybody knows that and is aware of that. It's not about fear mongering, that's our story of our place, and it's about respecting that place and that knowledge and knowing that there are uhane in the area that if you disrespect it, bad things can happen. It's not about, instilling fear in people. And her comments are on the record in the, I believe the first community meeting that DHHL had for this project. Okay, I've got only a few more sentences. So based on the concentration of sites, this will require a full AIS, and I know that our community will push for an EIS. So this is a lot more money that this project is going to require. And, I don't know what the costs per lot will end up in the end, but I think continuing to force this project through will result in DHHL inflicting trauma upon our community. And there's an unhealthy fixation associated with the projects by the proponents that it has to be Ualupu'e. There's no alternative. It has to be here, no matter the cost, no matter the struggle, no matter the impacts, no matter the opposition, no matter that there could be a situation better somewhere else if you just widen the lens. So I think, that's counterproductive to the goal of setting up waitlisters in the best possible situations, with inputs versus outputs. And I think, there's going to come a time when you have to really figure out if this is a good investment with your money, or if it should be put somewhere else and it could have a bit more of a beneficial use in another application or at another site. So I think that's all for now, but this is going to be an ongoing conversation with you folks. I think we just wanted to interact directly with you. We've been interacting through the process as well as it goes along. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahina.
Thank you.
We appreciate the testimony and the thoughts. Mahalo.
Hello, Mahina.
Anyone else wishing to testify on this agenda item online? Okay. Thank you. We'll go to agenda item J6. Butch, you've been waiting all day. Thank you.
Appreciate your time. My name is Simeon Butch Ramos Jr. My wife, Malia M.K. Ramos, is the lessee. We live in Kiwalo. And thank you. I've got two basic issues I'd like to put before the commission. One is an old situation that has not, and for whatever reason, it seems that present day powers, people in the power to be, don't want to resolve. They did a project in back of our house on Kapahu Street. There were like 5 or 6 houses affected by this. For whatever reason, the department figured out that they had all this extra money back in about 99, 2000. So they had in back of the 5 or 6 houses, they were going to put a road to clean rock fall. And with the promise that any improvements that were taken off would be appraised and reimbursed to us. We had a wall that was approximately 4 feet high by 120 feet long. And when they were doing the project, because there had never been a rock fall in back of my house, but then this huge rock came down. The rock was taller than me. It hit one of my cars and demolished it. Now, part of my problem is that the people I dealt with back then, like Pat Young from the engineering department, John Hirota, Nola Kamu, all the people I dealt with aren't here anymore. They're all retired. But partly it's my fault because I didn't follow through with this. But I told them, okay, look, you guys could do the appraisal and then reimburse us so we can go on. And you know, life goes on. I had a son at Kamehameha and my daughter was in college. And you know, I had other things to do. Then grandchildren come along. And you know, we keep going. And then all of a sudden, about 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, I started getting this letter saying that they're going to do another project in back of the house. I said, you know what? How can you guys do a new project when you guys didn't even settle the old project yet? Where's my money? And so I've been talking to Cedric Duarte, and let me just say that I've had a good relationship with Cedric. I think that guy, I keep telling him that he doesn't belong over here because he's more for the people than I think he should be. But I mean, I'm happy. And so we've been going back and forth. And then all of a sudden, when this new project comes about, they tell me, nobody asked me, they tell me, by the way, we're gonna we need a 20-foot easement along the side of your house to get to the back. And after that, we're gonna do a 12-foot permanent, the 20-foot was the temporary easement. Then when the project is finished, they are going to put in a 12-foot easement, permanent. I said, screw you guys. And the reason I said it that way is that when you go back to the original plan from 2000, that easement should have been on the property next door to me, which is Robert Kikaula's house. But Kikaula knew all of the people in power, and he says, you know what, I'm building my house. If you put the easement on my side of the property, I cannot build a house I want to build. So you know what they told him? That's okay, just build what you want to build. And because I don't drink beer with the right people, now they're telling me they're going to take my property. And I said, you guys already told Kikaula, he doesn't need it. You know, so what's funny is that Rob Perez wrote an article about this project. And this project, at that point in time, was the highest overrun project the department has ever done. So anyway, the first issue I have with that little background, but other things will come on later. I'd like to get this thing settled with the improvements that was taken away from us 20 years ago. I've written letters to you, Mr. Ayla, starting in September. I wrote 3 separate letters, September, October, November, I think. And I haven't gotten any response yet. I know you don't write the letters, but nobody has gotten back to me yet in writing. When I talked to Cedric a week and a half ago, he told me that I would be getting something from you before the meeting today. I still didn't get it. And I need to know, are you guys gonna work with me so we can get the compensation? Or if you're not gonna do it, just tell me you're not gonna do it. You can tell me, screw you. And then I know what direction I need to go. But you took the wall away and they caused the rock to fall, and you guys need to reimburse us for that. That's all.
So in 1999, 2000, the department came in and caused an easement in the back of your property and removed
No,
your wall. We
no.
just removed your wall. That was all.
They put this. They came up, they were gonna come up Kikaula side, put in a road and come out the other side so they could clean the rocks.
Okay.
You know how many times they've cleaned the rocks in 20 years? 0. So we didn't need it. Now they're doing this other project and they're gonna come in and put chain link fence like they did on Hawaiian. They're gonna drape it down and anchor it in. And I says, I told you guys in the beginning, when you did the first project, that what you guys doing is a joke, because all they did was make the road, put up a 6-foot chain link fence, and that was it. There was no easement made.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand. In 1990/2000, we did put in a road.
Yeah.
And in putting in that road, we took away your 4-foot by 100-foot.
No,
rock
they didn't
wall.
take anything away.
Okay,
They just put up the fence.
okay, so the wall remains.
No,
The
the
rock
wall. If the wall, I mean, the roadway is below them, at the base of the hill. You gotta try and picture this, that we're at the bottom of a hill that is approximately 50 to 80 feet tall. This, on top is Papakalea, and then Kiwalo is below. So they decided they were gonna clean up. And then in cleaning it up, they were creating this road in back of all our properties. And for our safety, supposedly, they put up a chain link fence. And I told them, if the rock's big enough, it's not gonna hold. So now they've come in and said, there's a new project we're doing, and we're gonna clean everything up. Oh, I'm sorry. The rock wall was above the base of the wall, the mountain. So that's why they had to take it away.
Okay. And that was part of your property.
Yeah, my property goes all the way up to the top.
So you were not compensated for
No.
that improvement. Okay,
And the damage to my car.
okay.
And Cedric has a picture of the rock and the car.
Okay. Okay, and then now, we're coming in. You know, it's likely we had money at the time in 1999, 2000, and then between that period, it's likely we didn't have money. We have some money now, it appears,
I
which is
don't
why
know
we're
what the
going.
reason was that they didn't do it. You know, why they haven't come in and settled, because if this was regular property and the city did something like this, you can bet that they would be saying, hey, you took the improvements away.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Do you have any record of you requesting the financial compensation for the wall?
Today, yeah, but 20 years ago, no. I mean, it was all.
You have
verbal.
pictures of the wall?
What's funny is that I had a whole packet because I was really ready to come in and beef with you guys, but I forgot that at home, so.
Okay, in that packet, you have pictures of the wall and
No, but what they have today, and I told Stuart Matsunaga that, you know what, you guys complain about you guys don't have money. And part of the reason is you guys don't do your homework. And what I'm getting at is on the new plans that they sent letters to us, they still show my wall.
Okay.
So they admit that there was a wall there. But you know what? That wall hasn't been there for 20 years.
Okay, well,
Because
that's a,
I told Stuart, look at the map. Show me where the wall is that they're saying of it. So basically what happened is the new engineers or whoever drew up this letter, they just took the old survey. Instead of doing a new survey, they just used the old survey, and this is wrong. You know, go tell them, do a new survey, because they got paid for doing a new survey. Yeah,
that's what
yeah.
you're saying, yeah. Yeah, so.
I mean, there's no question there was a wall there.
I'll check with Stuart.
The wall was only on your property, not your neighbors.
No, it went sideways. So my
Above the
neighbors are all this way. So my wall was only in back of my house.
Did you put the wall in, or was the wall
The
existing?
wall was there from the previous, let's see.
Okay,
Now, that's basically the first issue. Let's get this resolved. Pay me, because I got a new estimate to put in a new wall, what it would cost to put that wall in that they took out. And if you guys aren't satisfied with the numbers, you go get your own appraisal and let's work together. At least let's start working to get this thing resolved. Now, the second thing is, in this new project that they're doing, they're gonna put chain link fence and anchor it into the mountain. They've been taking away all of the vegetation from the top of the mountain to down below. When they took out the vegetation, you can see a new outcropping. And I'm not an engineer, but I think it's gonna have to be that I get an engineer. I've been working with Scott Lai, who's like your construction representative for this project. And last time I talked to him 2-3 weeks ago, he told me somebody from the department was gonna get a hold of me. A week ago, I called him, said, nobody's gotten a hold of me. So I called him again today. I said, you know, what's the story? Who am I supposed to be talking with? Because he and I are in the middle of the whole situation. You know, he can't give me answers because they gotta come from the department. But there's this outcropping. If you can imagine this being the wall, I mean, the mountain like this, it's like this. And then there's this new outcropping that's about 10 feet wide coming out from the property. And all along below that outcropping, you can see that it's a totally different geology. So what I'm guessing at is that this portion is going to fall eventually. And they've just made it worse by taking out all the vegetation. So I'm telling them, you guys need to come in and check this thing out. And I know you can't guarantee me the rock is not going to fall, but if we can mitigate that now before it falls down, I think they need to come on and straighten out that mountain. I would feel better. So that's the second issue I have. And, you know, like I said, I talked to Scott again, and he's going to find out who I need to talk to. But I like to talk to somebody at the department to get this thing resolved before they do what they say they're going to do and then disappear.
okay, I will commit to talking to an engineer and a rock fall engineer to get a professional opinion on that outcropping.
That's all I'm asking. And if he says, don't worry, then I won't worry. But I really want to see it in writing, because in another 20 years, I don't want this to fall down on my daughter's house. So, you know, those two issues, well, first of all, I appreciate you guys' time, because I know it's getting late. But let's take care of the old business. Tell me screw you, or tell me you're gonna pay me. Either way, let's get that resolved. And the second thing is, you can have somebody check on that outcropping, whether that's safe or not safe.
Okay, and the estimate that you received on replacing the wall, today's cost? Are you?
45,000. That would be you know, like a moss rock. It doesn't have to be a moss rock. It can be blue rock, whatever kind of rock, as long as it looks decent. You know, so that came in at 45,000, and the damage to the car, which is only 2 years old, was was 9,500, which is low because what I ended up doing was selling it for parts. So I took that off the value of it. 'Cause I'm not here to cheat anybody. If you talk to Cedric, you talk to Vernon Nishimura, he dealt with us a long time ago. He knows us. You know, we've had problems. The loan is paid off now. And which makes no difference. I mean, it is what it is, you know, I mean, even if we owed money. But I got nothing, no reason to take more than what's due us. I
So
mean,
the-
had we done this 20 years ago, the bill might have been 25, 30,000, you know?
So you want the rock wall replaced, or you want to be
Well-
paid for the value of the old rock wall?
In talking with Cedric, he said the easiest way is we just pay you whatever the value is that we agree on.
What do you
But
want?
You cannot put up the wall in the back. That's gonna screw them up. I tried to tell them to do this 20 years ago. I
Okay.
said, I want this wall put up at the base of the mountain.
Okay,
So
so,
they said, we cannot do that because that's gonna interfere.
so for the rock fall mitigation, cannot put up the wall because they're gonna anchor it on the top?
No,
coming
no,
out.
that was the old one, the original project. They said, they, I don't know how these guys, it's like Aloha Stadium is gonna stop rusting. You know what I mean? This is what engineers are telling me. If we're looking at it from the side view, this is the fence. This is the mountain coming down like this. I wanted them to put the wall over here. And they tell me, you cannot do that because we need the rock to come all the way down here. And then it'll lose its momentum. And then the fence should save it.
Okay, that's the old,
That's the 20, so that's why they didn't want to put up the
so the
wall.
new one is, and so the new one is to put the covering over it and anchor it into
From
the,
on top.
from on top. So the wall wouldn't
No, they,
comport with that?
no.
Okay,
And that issue is different, but I told them 20 years ago, and I'm telling them now, you cannot put chain link on this wall. They said, we did this on Hawaii Limo. I said, by putting on that regular chain link fence and just drilling it in, if you drill it in and if whole thing breaks off, the whole fence is gonna come down. I said, what you need to do is do it like how you did it in Kalawahini and how they did it up at Punch Bowl. You need the big one, and Waimea Bay, the big rings one. That's gonna hold the rocks back, not chain link.
okay. Well, if it's, it depends on how far it's anchored and how big it's anchored, yeah.
But I'm telling you, I agree with you. But right now, with the outcropping,
Yeah.
if they nail it onto that outcropping and it falls down, then I don't care how far deep in it is, you know? But that's for these guys to say. I'm not an engineer.
Well, and we have regular engineers and then you have rockfall engineers, so I will check to see if we actually had rockfall engineers review it.
Okay,
And I have basically a week and a half to get back to you, so I'll follow up.
Can I ask?
Yes.
So if chair is able to get some resolution on these items, what about the easement that the department's asking you for now? Is that part of the, are we go one time POW? Resolve everything, or are we going?
like I said, these are a couple different issues. Okay?
I know, but for
Yeah,
chair, it's all.
And you know
yeah.
what? You are very profound. Because that in and of itself, I'm telling them. You could take it back from Kikawa where the original plan was supposed to be.
Half.
He put up a wall already, but also, you know, Kikawa is not here anymore. I don't know what's gonna happen with that. But it should all have been on his property. Had the project was done the way it was designed to be. And I'm saying at this point, with the equipment that they have, they don't need two easements over by my house and over here. Because they have one easement going in now, a temporary easement for my neighbor. And they've been going in back and forth with no problems. You know, supposedly they were going like this, they're gonna come here, push all the rocks out, come back to the other side. That's how they're gonna do it. But now it's proven with one, they can do it. But you know, again, sir, are we gonna go through the same crap that we did 20 years ago? And I told Nola Kamo,
I'm suggesting we resolve everything one time, Paul.
I don't know if I don't know if we can, but you know, I mean, if you guys wanna do, it's sort of like the stadium. I kind of agree with Iggy, and he says, let's build a stadium. And then you guys still work on the outside. Iggy never said, don't do this. You know, and I'd like to get this, the first part resolved, but they want the 12-foot easement on my side. I said, that's really not gonna work for me because of the fact that our property is big enough to be subdivided. So I'm gonna subdivide it. I'm gonna move my house over and I'm gonna give one side to my daughter. And if I gotta take out 12 feet, then it's gonna impede on me. But, I mean, I'm willing to work. In fact, when Kekaula told him he doesn't want them going through his property, guess whose property it came through? My property, because I let them come.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'm good. I think, Chair, you know what needs to be done.
Yes,
Yeah.
I also know that, you know, what happened before cannot be done. If we resolve the issue of the rock wall and the car, and our engineers today say we need the easement for future rockfall inspections, then I just want to remind you that the department has the authority to withdraw that from your lease.
I've never said you guys don't have that, but then that's a long drawn out kind of thing because you guys got to prove to me you guys need it to take away my property. Because what's funny is if this was city and county and they took away property from me, they'd have to pay me.
Yes, I mean, we would have to, we'd have to compensate. you
According
for
to
it.
the lease, because this is what Johnny Rota told me
We would
before.
have, so we would have to also compensate you for the 12-foot easement. Yes,
It's
I
funny,
agree.
you would be willing to do that, but you guys didn't compensate us for the road and back.
I cannot speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, you know-
Where was I in 2000? I think I was running the one at Boat Harbor, so.
You know, it was a different time then, but I do appreciate your time and listening to what I have to say. And I've tried for the last year and a half to get this thing resolved through Cedric, through letters, and
I'll talk to Stuart and I will talk to Cedric.
and then I'm sure you guys are gonna come back and talk to me about the easement, you know?
Thank you. Likely, once we resolve the issue of your recommendation that we follow through what happened in the 1999, 2000 era.
Okay,
Okay?
yeah, I do appreciate your time.
I appreciate you
And thank you,
staying.
guys.
Marlon.
Chair,
Yes.
we're done. Can I just share like 2 minutes? for
Sure.
Commission. So I got a text from Kauilani Alameda. She couldn't make it. She was on the J.
Yep.
Her main reason for coming on, she wanted to thank you for everything that you've done and for the letter for the Parks and Recreation. Really appreciate that. And she also wanted to thank the entire commission. And she says she looks forward to working with us in 2023.
And I would add you into that. Thank you because you pushed that letter along. So thank you very, very much.
All right.
Mr. Ramos?
Yes,
Thank you.
no, thank you. Thank you, Leo.
Marlon?
Merry Christmas.
I don't know about the letter, but I'll definitely give you a call once I
Okay,
get to the
I
bottom.
appreciate
Okay.
that. I mean, at this point, you know, as long as you're moving in the same direction, I'm happy.
Okay.
Okay. Happy holidays.
Aloha.
Allah.
Oh, yeah, one more.
Yes. Roger.
We do. Yeah, but we gotta compensate him. If his house is. For whatever improvement. So if he has improvements on, it, yeah. If there's. Just the land, no. Yeah.
Already, the plane waiting for you guys. Right here.
Aloha. Zachary?
Oh, no, I was just asking Randy, the plane is waiting for you and Dennis, the plane at the airport waiting.
Yes, we're not gonna keep them anymore.
Okay. Yeah.
We,
With so much cancellation, I'm kind of worried about these two guys.
We're delayed, but not that.
Okay, that's a main thing.
I want to thank all of you commissioners for making my last meeting a memorable one.
Miss you, Bill.
And I want to thank you for the privilege of serving with all of you. I do mean that. And if there's anything I can do for you folks out in the civilian world, let me know. Get.
Don't change your phone number.
No.
Don't change your phone number.
I will give you all my civilian phone number and civilian email. So
I don't know. After today, we
Okay.
might need a commissioner from one another. We're unrepresented.
with that,
It will resolve itself.
Ryan, thank you for your patience with us. And I think we are all in consensus to adjourn this meeting.
Yes.
So the meeting is adjourned.
Hey, William, you take care, yeah? God
Oh,
bless.
Yes, I will.
Take
We'll
care.
be in touch, Zach.
You guys. Sorry I couldn't make it.